can just take the vacant front seats. Let's not be the like backbencher for this day. I request everybody, there are ample amount of seats which are vacant. So please come and join us in the front rows. I request you everyone. Thank you. And please put your phone on silent mode as we are about to proceed in next 2-3 minutes. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here and gracing this beautiful day. I just have two requests. Simple. First one is just put your phone on silent mode. Just for a while, let's disconnect from the virtual world and let's be here in the physical world. And second, but most humble request, this is, I have to say, an important day for all of us. We are here for a very purposeful, event. We are here for our noble work, I would say, to save water, isn't it? So why not to start this day with a big smiles on our faces? Can we smile, everyone? Isn't it? Can we smile? Everyone, I just want to start this day with the big smiles on our faces. Can we smile, everyone? Yes? Thank you. Before we proceed, a round of applause for yourself, everyone, for being here on time. Means a lot in Delhi traffic. A round of applause, everyone. Can we just praise ourselves one? A round of applause? Yes? Thank you. You know, I read a beautiful quote this morning which says, you have to be your own cheerleader first. When you will clap for yourself, the world will do the same. So let's start this day with this positivity. Can we clap for ourselves, everybody? Can we do that? Thank you. Thank you very much. I request our team also kindly tell the all the distinguished personalities outside the hall to join us immediately as we are about to proceed. Thank you. As I'm mentioning again and again, this is an important day for all of us. We are here for a cause, we are here for a beautiful purpose. And that actually defines how beautiful, gracious, and you have to say, extraordinary personality sitting here today under one roof. I have to say, this room is not an ordinary room. This room is filled with extraordinary veterans. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, can we start this day with the biggest and the loudest round of applause for ourselves for doing and choosing to do some wonderful and something which is not ordinary in day-to-day life? A round of applause for yourself, everyone. Let's do this all together. Thank you very much. May I request everybody kindly just settle down, put your phone on silent mode. Did we? Our phones are on silent mode. Yes, it's beautiful for some time if you can just disconnect from the virtual world and just be here physically, because as we all know, this day is all about us. This day is filled with some wonderful distinguished speakers, industry leader, veterans, and so much to learn from them. At the same time, they are here to share their experiences and their knowledge with all of us. So indeed, it's gonna be a great beautiful day. As a wise man said, you know, you don't have to go and have a wonderful and good day, but you have to go and make a good and wonderful day. That's what we're going to do here. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I extend a very, very warm welcome. Thank you very much for being here and gracing this beautiful day by your presence. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you once again, everybody. Can we bring it on once again, everybody? Let's do this all together. So, as I'm mentioning again and again, this room is not an ordinary room. What do you think? Yes or no? This is an ordinary room. What do you think? Yes? Sir? Ma'am? Anyone? Just say yes or no? No? What do you think? This is an ordinary room? Yeah, that's like a spirit. Thank you, ma'am, for helping me. Because this room is filled with you. This room is filled with champions like you. This room is filled with champions with purpose like you. So thank you very much for choosing this for us. This is our 10th edition, and we have come a long way. And this is possible only for you. I have to say. Because again, I read a lot, and I read one more beautiful quote yesterday, which says, if you want to do something good in your life, it's totally okay to walk alone. But if you want to do something extraordinary, historical in your life, you have to work with a team. And that's what we're doing here, right? Together, united, with one purpose, that's cleanest purpose, with one vision, with one thought. That's us, ladies and gentlemen. On this note, please help me to welcome once again here, welcoming each one of you to 10th Annual Sustainable Water Management Conclave 2024. Can we bring it up some energy, everybody? Let's do this all together. As we say, if the beginning is rightly done, then the work is already half done. So please, everybody, with more energy, with more power, because this room is filled with extraordinary personalities, and I'm looking for extraordinary energies. I'm going to do this one more time for all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please bringing some energy here, welcoming each one of you to 10th Annual Sustainable Water Management Conclave 2024. Come on, let's bring it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. This day is also possible because of our team sponsors. I will request you to please help me to express our gratitude to our sponsors, powered by Yokogawa, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. Yes. Co-powered by Autodesk, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them. PSU partner, Wapcos, ladies and gentlemen. Platinum partner, Schneider Electric, a round of applause for them. Gold partner, Grundfos, a round of applause for them. Beverage partner, Bisleri, and supporting partner, Water for People. And also, a big thank you for supporting us, Ministry of Jal Shakti, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And as I'm saying, this room is filled with veterans and distinguished personalities, officials from ministry. I think this is a perfect day to talk about something which is, ignorant for a while. We are here for sustainable development, but at the same time, as we all know, you know, if if we are alive, Of course, the credit goes to Mother Earth. And Mother Earth is doing so much for all of us. Day-to-day life, we are able to breathe because of it. But in return, we are doing nothing. I mean, clearly the common population. So that defines us, that how significant we are and how different we are from other people today on this auspicious and joyous occasion, because I can see, each one of you, you are here with full zeal, full passion to do something extraordinary, to go extra mile, to save the Mother Earth, to save water and conserve it for the next generation. So thank you. It means a lot for all of us. As I always say, we have to be our own cheerleader first. Can you just tap on his shoulder for a while? For your hard work, for your dedication, and for choosing something which is extraordinary. Come on, let's just do one tap, a round of tap on your shoulder, everybody. Thank you very much. On this note, we will quickly welcome some distinguished personalities on stage. Please, you all have to help me to welcome them. Please help me to welcome Ms. Archana Verma, IAS. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. We are privileged to have you, ma'am, here. Thank you. It's an honor. Please take your seat. A round of applause for the lovely lady, ladies and gentlemen. Now, please help me to welcome Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, IAS Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Kerala. Thank you, sir, for being here and gracing this occasion for all of us. It means, again, a lot for all of us. Please help me to welcome Dr. Anita K. Sharma, Counselor, Royal Danish Embassy, New Delhi. Please help me to welcome her. You know, before I welcome other dignitaries, I will tell you three amazing benefits of clapping. Do you want to know? Yes or no? Yes or no? I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. So, the physiological benefit when you clap, 39 acupressure points comes together. Clap, everybody. The second benefit is whenever you're clapping, the vibration of your surrounding always raises, and you end up in a better and a beautiful environment. The vibration defines the environment, the surrounding, and you end up in a better and beautiful environment. So clap and see the result. Feel the result. Last but not the least, when you're clapping for someone, for example, you were clapping for ma'am, that vibration, the warmth, I have to say, the blessings actually reaches to the person. So clap, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, please help me to welcome on dais Hadas Bakshi, Domestic Political Advisor, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi. Help me to welcome her with some round of applause. Ms. Hadas Baksh, thank you very much for being here. Please help me to welcome Dr. Nupur Bahadur, Associate Director, NMCG Terry Center of Excellence on Water Residue. A round of applause, everybody. Please help me to welcome Ms. Madhu Verma, Board Member, Water for People, India. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me to welcome Mr. Pavan Deshmukh, Executive Manager, System Sales and Marketing, Yokogawa, India. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now I will request Sangha Mitra Mohanty ma'am, kindly be on stage. Please help me to welcome co-founder and director, APAC News Network. Please help me to welcome the lovely lady on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And as we are talking about environment and sustainable development, who doesn't like greenery, nearby? So I request ma'am, kindly felicitate our distinguished personalities on stage with planters. I think this is the best gift, isn't it? What do you think, everyone? If you think it's yes, a round of applause should be there. I request Sangha ma'am, please felicitate Arjuna ma'am with the planter and with wishes and with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, may I request Sangha ma'am, kindly felicitate Ashok Kumar Singh ji. Thank you, sir, once again for being here. Now, I request Dr. Anita K. Sharma, ma'am, please. Please felicitate her. Thank you once again for being here. May I request Ms. Hadash? Oh, please. Yes. Thank you for being here. Means a lot. Now, may I request Ms. Madhu Verma ji? Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Now may I request Dr. Nupur Bahadurji. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now may I request, please everybody help me to welcome Pavan Deshmukhji. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. So before we proceed, any auspicious moment, before we proceed for any also for any auspicious moment, I think in India it's very important to express our gratitude to the supreme power, and here we do this by lightning of lamp. So I request our dignitaries, let's proceed for the lightning of lamp. Let's start this beautiful auspicious day by saying a big thank you to the supreme power for the beautiful day, the sunny day outside, for all of us being here together united with a beautiful purpose. So let's express our gratitude. I request all the dignitaries. I request also Mitra ma'am to join us here. And everybody, it will be nice if we just clap, the slow, steady clap for the beautiful session. Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasam. And that's a beautiful Indian culture. We do it by Vinashaya Deepajyotir Namostute Deepajyotir Namostute Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam. Dipajyotir Parabrahma Dipajyotir Janardana Dipajyotir Parabrahma Dipajyotir Janardana Dipo har tume papam Sandhyadip namostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhanasampadah. Wow, I think now we can say with utmost sincerity as the day has begun with the beautiful vibration, I would say. Whenever you express gratitude, I think that's the best moment, isn't it? It's the most beautiful start of this day, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we proceed for the inaugural session, we have something special, a special video for all of us. But before that, in India, we say hello. Can you say hello to me? I can't hear you, so sorry. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. And the most important, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, that we have to start any day, any important day specifically, by greeting Namaste. So, Namaste, everyone. Namaste, everyone. You know the actual meaning of Namaste? Whenever we just do this posture, can we do that, everyone? Everyone? Yes? Thank you. Thank you. It means we are greeting the divinity inside of the other person. We are saying that, we bow down and we salute the divinity in you. That's the beauty of Indian culture. And it's literally at most, I have to say, purest way to start any day. So hello, hi, namaste, good morning, everybody. Choose one. Come on. Hello, hi, namaste, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as I was telling you about a special video, ladies and gentlemen, from National Water Mission, we have something special, a very beautiful message to share with all of you. Before we proceed for the inaugural session, I request the console. Can we have the video from national water mission.
गंगे च यमुने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती कावेरी नर्मदे सिंधु जलस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु। जल ईश्वर स्वरूप है, सौम्य, शालीन, जीवनदायक। प्रकृति का दिया ये जल रूपी वरदान पृथ्वीवासियों के लिए सिर्फ एक विरासत नहीं बल्कि एक जिम्मेदारी है जिसे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए संभालना आवश्यक है। और इस उद्देश्य की ओर पूरी निष्ठा से कार्य कर रहा है राष्ट्रीय जल मिशन, जल शक्ति मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
आने वाले वर्षों में बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या के स्वच्छ पेयजल उपलब्ध कराना बहुत बड़ी चुनौती। पानी का मुद्दा बहुआयामी और जटिल है, जिसके समाधान के लिए सबके प्रयास की जरूरत है।
जलवायु परिवर्तन का विशेष ध्यान रखते हुए नेशनल एक्शन प्लान ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज के तहत नेशनल वाटर मिशन की स्थापना की गई। राष्ट्रीय जल मिशन के प्रमुख उद्देश्य हैं जल का डेटाबेस सार्वजनिक रूप से प्रस्तुत रखना और जल संसाधनों पर जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभाव का आकलन करना, जल संरक्षण वृद्धि और संरक्षण के लिए नागरिक और राज्य कार्रवाई को बढ़ावा देना, शोषित क्षेत्रों सहित संवेदनशील क्षेत्रों पर ध्यान देना, 20% तक जल उपयोग कुशलता में वृद्धि करना और बेसिन स्तर के एकीकृत जल संसाधन प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देना। 2019 में जल शक्ति अभियान की शुरुआत हुई और 2021 में जल शक्ति अभियान कैच द रेन नामक एक खास कैंपेन शुरू किया गया। जल शक्ति अभियान के अंतर्गत लाखों की तादाद में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए गए, अनेक जल निकायों का पुनर्विकास किया गया, विभिन्न जिलों में जल शक्ति केंद्र स्थापित किए गए, हजारों ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स और किसान मेले लगाए गए, वाटर बॉडीज की जियो टैगिंग और जीएस मैपिंग की गई और जिला स्तर पर साइंटिफिक डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाटर प्लान भी अपनाए गए।
जब किसी अभियान से जनता जुड़ी रहती है तो उसे कार्य की गंभीरता का पता चलता है, उसके सामर्थ्य का पता चलता है, उसके स्केल का पता चलता है, संसाधन कितने लगते हैं उसका पता चलता है। इससे जनता में एक सेंस ऑफ ओनरशिप आती है और जो सेंस ऑफ ओनरशिप जो है ना, वो सफलता की सबसे बड़ी कुंजी होती है।
राष्ट्रीय जल मिशन का मोटो है रिस्पेक्ट वाटर फॉर लाइफ, जिसकी ओर बढ़ते हुए जल प्रयोग क्षमता बढ़ाने के लिए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय द्वारा पूर्णतः समर्पित प्रभाग भी शुरू किया गया है। ब्यूरो ऑफ वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी जल इतिहास नामक पोर्टल पर ट्रेडिशनल वाटर हेरिटेज स्ट्रक्चर्स की जानकारी सार्वजनिक रूप से प्रस्तुत की गई एवं जन भागीदारी को भी अत्यधिक प्रोत्साहित किया गया है।
कृषि के उपयोग के लिए, पीने के पानी के लिए उपयोग के लिए, उद्योग धंधों के उपयोग के लिए पानी की उपलब्धता निर्बाध रूप से बनी रहे और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो हम विकसित भारत बनाने का लक्ष्य लेकर चले हैं, उसकी आपूर्ति में जल की उपलब्धता बाधा न बने, स्पीड ब्रेकर न बने, इसके लिए वाटर सेक्टर के कंप्लीट रिजुविनेशन के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय काम कर रहा है।
मंत्रालय के इतिहास में पहली बार राष्ट्रीय जल मिशन द्वारा भोपाल में प्रथम अखिल भारतीय राज्य मंत्रियों का सम्मेलन आयोजित किया गया और स्वयं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने इस द्विदिवसीय सम्मेलन को संबोधित कर इसका उद्घाटन किया।
For a campaign to be really successful, it has to have the commitment of the top political leadership. And what better commitment can be there if the Prime Minister of the country gives this clarion call to the citizens to participate in this program.
जल उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करने हेतु जल शक्ति अभियान कैच द रेन 2023 का मुख्य प्रसंग है पीने के पानी के सतत स्रोत, जिसका उद्घाटन भारत की राष्ट्रपति महामहिम श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू द्वारा किया गया। प्रमोशन अवसर पर जल शक्ति से नारी शक्ति इस सिद्धांत को प्रबल किया गया। आइए हम भी जल शक्ति अभियान से जुड़ें और जल आंदोलन को जन आंदोलन बनाकर जल संकल्प को दृढ़ करें, क्योंकि संरक्षित हो जल तभी बेहतर कल।
Wow, I think it should go without saying. A round of applause for National Water Mission. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So now I have to call a very right person for the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have to help me to welcome her on the dais. Please help me to welcome for the welcome address, Ms. Sanghamitra Mohanty, co-founder and director, APAC News Network. Can we just welcome her on stage? Everybody, help me to welcome her for the welcome address. I request you, ma'am, for the welcome address. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone. नमस्कार. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं उन लोगों को वेलकम करना चाहती हूँ मैम जो बहुत मुश्किलों के साथ ट्रेन जर्नी करके हमारे साथ आज शामिल हुए हैं, जो जल सहेलियाँ जो भारत के हर कोने से आए हुए हैं, नॉट हर कोने से बट कुछ स्टेट से जहाँ से आने के लिए इजी रहा वो लोग आए हैं. थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग हियर टुडे. एंड मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली अर्चना मैम, whose mentorship without saying goes like this. She's our mentor for this stage. What we are having it here is because of her team, JP sir, Dikshit sir, and the entire NWM team. And Jal Shakti se Nari Shakti is very close to our heart because we started the theme of now जल शक्ति अभियान 2024 is नारी शक्ति से जल शक्ति से नारी शक्ति से vice versa. Ma'am, you corrected me last time. So without much further delay, I would like to welcome Archana ma'am, Ashok sir. I have a long association with Ashok sir as well. In our initial days, ma'am, when he was posted in NMCG, he attended one of our education event to enlighten the universities. Anita ma'am, Madhu ma'am are, to support this cause, all the partners. I don't want to name them, but they are here, very few, but they're very important to us because for this reason they are here. They are supporting this event. Israel Embassy, ma'am from Terry, and all of you, welcome and thank you for being the part of this journey called Jal Shakti Abhiyan 2024. And we, in this throughout the day, we'll be discussing Nari Shakti and technology, दोनों. टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे हमारी नारी शक्ति बना सकती है और उसको इम्प्रोवाइज कर सकती है. तो उसी के साथ मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारा इनागुरल सेशन छोटा हो लेकिन शुरू हो ताकि हम उस मुद्दे पे पहुंचे जिसके लिए हम लोगों ने इन जल सहेलियों को बुलाया है. दे आर वेटिंग फॉर दिस. So let us start the inaugural session and quickly finish this so that the felicitation ceremony should start. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for the warmest welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on dais for the international perspective, Dr. Anita K. Sharma, Counselor, Royal Danish Embassy, New Delhi. Please grace this occasion by your words, ladies and gentlemen. थोड़ी तालियों के साथ, I think we should welcome her. She is here just for us, so please help me to welcome.
I'm here for you, you are here for me, so we are there for together to create a sustainable world. Thank you. And there is a presentation, I prepared a small presentation which really shows, because I was asked here to say gender equality, women empowerment, and women in governance. So for me, as a researcher, I just go back, where do we come, how do we get these buzzwords, and how can we create this kind of gender equality, women empowerment, and women in governance. So, is it coming? Yes. Thank you. So this picture actually depicts whatever we are talking about. You can see gender equality over there. You can see women empowerment over there. You can actually see women in governance, because these photos are because Denmark and India has this green strategic partnership. And both the governments started this partnership back in September 2020. And this is a true equality, true everything. This is, yeah. So as I said, these were the topics that were given that I should talk about. And I'm taking few examples as my background. I'm actually a water expert, working in the water field for the past 30 years. Have been in India, been to Denmark and back into India as a Danish diplomat here. And have been in all the different sectors actually. I have been in the research, in the technology, in the innovation, as a citizen. So with that experience, I'm trying to give a few perspectives from my side. So when we had this word gender equality, women empowerment, women leadership, these all come from different sectors. So when we need to have something which has to be a sustainable water sector development, because that is our main goal we want to achieve. To achieve it, we actually need all these 4 pillars, we call it. We need to have the research. We need to have, sorry, what's happening? Yeah. We need to have the knowledge, we need to have technology, we need to have citizens, we need to have the regulatory frameworks. If those pillars are not in balance, we cannot get the sustainability. So that is one of the things we need to have. The other one is also the academia, industry, and citizens and governments. So that also has to be there. But if you don't have the social, economic, and the financial sustainability, then sustainable sector will not achieve. And when we talk about innovation, we think it is maybe something that has to be there, but we actually need the basic research. Without that, we cannot further, but also the sustaining research, disruptive research, and the breakthrough research. So these are the kind of innovation we need to have in place. And when we talk about organizational structures, we think managerial level and the other levels, but actually there are several different organizational structures. I have been in all of them, like the matrix one, where you can be a boss for somebody in one matrix, and the other day the other one can be a boss for you. So in that way, you really create a kind of equality in all the structures. So we really need to think what is our aim and how do we achieve. And there it is very, very important to have all the sectors represented, but also gender represented. We need to achieve that kind of an equality to create the sustainable. And there, I think this one comes women empowerment and women in governance, because in many sectors, we see that the equality is not there. So we need to achieve that equality. We give that empowerment and we give that leadership so that you really create that sustainable environment to achieve the sustainable water management. So I'm taking some few examples from my background also, like the sustainable groundwater management. So there again, we need to maintain the water cycle to achieve this one. Because when you say the water cycle, you have the rain falling, and the Catch the Rain campaign is a really good campaign. Because when the rain falls, and if you don't distribute it into the right way, it will not reach into the groundwater, because that is what is happening. Because of the urbanizations and many things, you are actually making the rain to flow very fast to the recipients without going into the ground. So we really need to bring that water balance back into the nature, to really distribute it into all the different environments to achieve it. And to do that, you need to focus on all these sectors. And Denmark being one of those countries that base its groundwater as the drinking water supply source, that means 99% of drinking water comes from the groundwater. So our focus has been a lot on the groundwater. And when you focus on something, then of course the innovation comes, of course the new technologies will arrive. And that's why, for example, if you see in the groundwater aquifer mapping technologies, there are a lot of technologies that come from Denmark. That is because the focus has been on that. And so it is very important that how we make it, the innovation happen, is that where do you want to focus and how do you achieve that sustainability. And the second thing I can also say about the sustainable drinking water supply, because when you need to have what you call belief in that my water supply will be there 24/7. That means I need to have maybe 99.9% sure that when I open my tap, there will be a water. To achieve that, again, you need to look into the entire sustainability aspect. And here I have shown the increase or the decrease in water consumption, because many times we believe that when urbanization comes, maybe your water consumption will increase. Again, we need to have the sustainability and the thing is back. And in Denmark, for example, please, I'll do it. Okay, thank you. Like in Denmark back in 1976, the water consumption was 170 LPCD, but now it is below 100. So even a country which is urbanized and have all those things, we could have 24/7 water supply at 100 LPCD. So that means actually you need to again bring everything in balance and not focusing on like I am growing, I need my this one, and or for example, economic growth is there, that means I require more water. Because here we have really showed that you can decouple the economic growth from water consumption. So again, the necessary actions that have to be implemented is very important. And one of the things we saw was the one, for example, technology, what can technology achieve, is that the water meters. So when you implemented the water meters, people started becoming aware of their water consumption. For example, me, I follow my water consumption every day. I see how much water I consume. Even in India, we have all the water meters and everything, and they don't have to be digital water meters. You can actually go and measure it. And in Denmark, what you do, it is not like everyday measurement. It's once a year what you call it, report your water consumption. So in that way, you can do a lot just by involving the people, the technology that is there, and the governance and the policy. So in all these sectors, we need to have the equality of others. And using this, actually, with the data, the non-revenue water, which we talk about like 40 to 45% or 50% could be reduced to 5%. Because when you know what is there out there, then you can go out and reduce the leakages and many different things. So that is one of the things. I think the technology, all these have to go hand in hand. We just cannot focus on one and forget about the others. So the third one is about the water governance. Again, there we need to have the entire water cycle and look into all the different aspects of the governance and have all the inputs from all the different sectors. Then only you can have the right or the sustainable governance. And the last one I will is about how water, because we can take us towards the climate and energy neutrality. So when you have a vision and the right team, then you can actually make the water into play an important role into the climate and energy neutral sector too. So in this way, I think just if you focus on one small thing, then maybe you are focusing on that, but we need to like lift us up, see how it is, and in the holistic way, you can actually achieve what you have set your goal for. So that is what we really need to focus on, is the holistic approach, is to bring the balance back to the nature and go towards our goal of achieving the sustainable water sector. And there, I am pretty sure I want also the women, because I was born in India and went to Denmark back in 93. So I have gone through the entire journey of going and collecting the water from a water tap to when the groundwater came in our vicinity, but also we're 24/7 and back here. So in that entire cycle, I think that involvement of all the sectors, including women, is one of the important ways to achieve the sustainable policy. So with those words, I think I'll have it.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the very beautiful presentation, very much relevant to us. Now, please help me to welcome on dais Ms. Hadas Baksh, Domestic Political Advisor, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi. Please help me to welcome her.
Secretary, Department of Water Resources, Mission Director, National Water Mission, my fellow diplomats, Dr. Napur Bahadur, Dr. Kurana, Ms. Verma, Ms. Aurora, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and shalom. It is an honor to address such a distinguished gathering here today at this water sustainability conclave in beautiful India. I am delighted to see that the panel has so many esteemed leaders of the water sector. I must congratulate the organizers for such a thoughtful panel. This is a true example of Nari Shakti, Sijal Shakti. I stand before you as a representative of Israel, a nation deeply committed to water management, innovation, and international cooperation for sustainable development. Firstly, if we reflect on the critical issue of water management through innovation, in Israel, a country largely arid and reliant on innovation, we have transformed our water landscape through pioneering technologies such as drip irrigation, desalination, and wastewater recycling. These innovations have not only ensured our own water security, but have also positioned us as a global leader in water technology exports and partnerships. Innovation remains our guiding principle in ensuring efficient water use and sustainability. Secondly, collaboration and cooperation are fundamental pillars in achieving water security. We firmly believe that no nation can address water challenges in isolation. Through initiatives like the Israel-India Water Cooperation Program, we have demonstrated the power of collaboration in sharing knowledge, expertise, and technology. Together, through such partnerships, we can safeguard our precious water resources for future generations. I am very happy to inform this esteemed gathering that Israel has only one water attaché across the globe, and she is stationed in India. Thirdly, digitization in the water sector represents a paradigm shift in how we manage and monitor water resources. From smart meters to data analytics, digital solutions offer real-time insights that enhance efficiency and conservation efforts. Israel has embraced digital transformation in water management, integrating advanced technologies to optimize distribution networks and predict water demand. This digital revolution not only enhances operational efficiency, but also enables proactive water resource management. Lastly, I wish to emphasize the pivotal role of women in the water sector. Women are not just beneficiaries, but also agents of change in water governance and management. Their involvement is crucial in decision-making processes, community engagement, and the adoption of sustainable practices. Empowering women in water-related fields is not only a matter of gender equality, but also a strategic imperative for achieving comprehensive and inclusive water security. I am delighted to know that the women warriors in the water sector are being facilitated in the upcoming session. This is such a wonderful gesture. In conclusion, as we convene here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to harnessing innovation, fostering collaboration, embracing digital transformation, and empowering women in our shared pursuit of water sustainability. Together, let us work towards a future where every individual has access to clean and safe water, ensuring prosperity and well-being for all. Danyavad, toda rabah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. And now for the special address, please help me to welcome on dais Dr. Nupur Bahadur, Associate Director, NMCG Terry, Center of Excellence on Water Reuse, Terry. A round of applause for Dr. Nupur Bahadur.
Hello. Oh, yeah. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you, APAC, for having me here. And for the first time, I'm quite relaxed. No presentation, no panel discussion, and the topic is very apt for me because the three words, in fact, four I could say, which very well associate with me directly: water, women, technology, and the public participation. So these are the four words. And very briefly, I would just like to say, because we have women water warriors with us, so I can correlate. And just I want to share a very small thing, like how the public participation, our government, our Prime Minister, he inspires us. How the missions have really motivated, and how, as a common man, common person, I was a teacher, a researcher, not thinking beyond publication, just like any professor in the university. So I was into my lab scale research, and I was a chemist. Nothing on water, anything on water before 2013 or 14. So when this National Mission for Clean Ganga was launched by the government, I was highly inspired by this mission, and I have thought how, as a simple teacher and a researcher, how I can contribute in this national mission. But having no clue of water, because my qualification is in chemistry or nanotechnology. My postdoctorate research is in material science. So, but when there was a will, there came a way. And then I thought how, and then began my journey as a water professional. I visited on ground the ETPs, STPs. I understood the ground problem, why our water is polluted, why our rivers are not cleaning. So the real problems, it took 2 years for me to identify where the technological or the scientific know-how which I have, I could implement in on ground for treatment of water. Read a lot, training programs, all this, and the inspiration by the government during that time, since 14, 15, was really my motivation. And then with some efforts on my own, we have to begin journey on our own. We developed some POC, the proof of concept. Some small experiments led to going ahead, and then getting the first motivation through technologies for Make in India. In 2015, I got the first award at the national level to present my concept of the technology, and 2015 was the first landmark, I would say. Then through DST Water Mission, I got the DST Young Scientist that I did, and DST Water Technology Initiative project. I could develop a technology. I joined TERI in 17, and there I got the ecosystem, the support from the government ministries. And again in 2019, I could say, with National Water Mission and the initiatives through the India Water Week, I really want to acknowledge these institutions and departments of the ministry. And in 2019, the whole work was presented in India Water Week, and through National Water Mission and Namami Gange took the technology. And then since 19, the guidance and support which I am having through ministry, and also we got picked the first project to implement technology in a textile cluster in Kanpur. And also ministry set up the first of its kind center of excellence on water reuse with TERI. So I'm heading that NMCG TERI Center of Excellence on Water Reuse. We are in the third year of running. And the technology which was selected by Namami Gange program, I'm very glad to share, was implemented and pilot was run. And that pilot, the project, and has been selected under top 3 innovations and innovation projects in the Indian International Water Association Project Innovation Award, top 3 innovations in the world. So let us hope next month we have to go there to receive the award. And the most important part of the journey has been the support, guidance, inspiration, not like any funder giving money and then evaluating after 2 years what is the progress. These departments of the ministries, National Water Mission, Namami Gange, they have been constantly with us, suggesting, guiding, giving us locations, funding support, everything is there. So I think there cannot be an opportune moment for the country when we can do the best and whatever we want in the water sector. And to talk about the women empowerment, I think we say there are very less women in the water sector, but I can proudly say that in the government of India, Ministry of Jal Shakti, we have 3 women leaders, our secretaries, the 2 secretaries, Devashri ma'am, Vinny Mahajan ma'am, Archana Verma ma'am. So who says women sector has less women? We have the women power in our ministry, and we have all the support. So I just want to share, and concluding, I invite all of you, all stakeholders, from government, industry, research, academia, whosoever in the center of excellence. It's a stakeholder platform where all of us can contribute in our way to work towards the mission of water security and the water secure world. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Such a refreshing session by you. Thank you. Now, can you please help me to welcome Ms. Madhu Verma, Board Member, Water for People, India. Can we welcome her, everybody, on dais for the special address? All over to you, ma'am.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, APAC, for inviting me, having me here. I must say, as rightly said from the previous speakers, such a wonderful connect women have with water. That reminds me, when I was a child, I saw a movie called as Do Boond Pani. I don't know how many of you have seen this movie. In 1971, I was a little child. Yeah, I still have a very strong impression of the movie. 2 drops of water. That's what Do Boond Pani means for her, interest. It was set up in Rajasthan background, and the very famous song, if you have heard, पीतल की मेरी गागरी दिल्ली से मोल मंगाई रे पैरों में घुंघरू बांध के पनिया भरन को जाई रे. So it's all, women who were talking about water, water conservation, and how they face a drudgery of water, available in the very far off places. They have to walk miles away, and how they revolutionize the whole thing. They gather together, made it a point to represent their, worries, woes, and drudgery to the government. And finally, a canal came up in that region. So this was a movie about. I just remembered. And such a strong, I'm an environmental economist. I worked all my life with the Indian Institute of Forest Management, which is a Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change organization based out of Bhopal. I was a professor of environmental and developmental economics, and my job was to value natural resources. So water is something which is used by all of us. We not just use it, we overuse it, we misuse it, and we abuse it as well. And we don't bother much about conserving because we can't live without water. There's a typical diamond and water paradox thought about in theory of economics. Diamonds are very expensive because they're scarce. Water is the potable one is scarce, but still it is very, because it's subsidized. We take it as an abundant commodity. We don't bother much about it. So that's what is the background. As I worked in IFM for 25 years, I moved to World Resources Institute 5 years ago as chief economist and worked in agricultural sector strongly. And now I work with IORA Ecological Solutions as senior economic advisor, and happy to be on the board of Water for People. So in forests, there's such a strong connect of women and water. You would not believe, I worked a lot on tiger reserves of India and worked out the value of habitat of tiger. If you conserve habitat of tiger, not just tiger gets protection, like a couple of species get protection, but also, water gets protection. You would not believe we have 55 tiger reserves in the country, and more than 740 rivers or tributaries originate from these tiger reserves. And the women which are engaged around tiger reserves in EDCs, in JFMCs, Joint Forest Management Committees, Eco-Development Committees, play a wonderful role in conservation. So this is kind of a background. Now we work a lot on climate change aspect. We're doing a big study for the World Bank on Sundarban Delta, Sundarban landscape rather, and visited these, committees, JFMCs, with most of the, committee members of women, because men folk, go outside to do alternative means of livelihoods, and women depend a lot, and they face lots of, challenges for conserving water, using water, and the livelihoods as well. Just to, that's what I just wanted to give background. In fact, water has got a very strong cultural value. And besides, we worship river. We all call us Ma Gange, Ma Narmada. We have such a Ma Saraswati. There's such a strong connect with water. And I'm a light vocal singer, and I think most of my songs list contain, songs with water around. I just mentioned ये नीर कहाँ से बरसे, बदरी कहाँ से आई है. I mentioned this song of दो बूंद पानी. So this is how we connect very strongly with water, indirectly, directly, and but at the same time, my job is also to make invisible contributions of systems upfront to the policymakers, to industrialists, to corporate people, to common masses. That's what is the idea. So just quickly, I was given to speak on impact of technologies on women in water conservation. Of course, going to have a presentation by the industry. But what I thought about, industry can provide a lot of support, a lot of help to women in access to information and on the resource, definitely. Technologies like smartphones, tablets, internet access provide women with crucial information on water conservation techniques and best practices, government schemes and resources for water management, weather forecasts and warnings for drought and floods. We have lots of things around, but it's also an effort to collate things together and provide this knowledge and information to women. We have good examples. I did a bit of research. I'm a deep down researcher, so I thought let me just quote some examples. We have in Rajasthan, even in drought-prone areas, I started my example with Rajasthan, in fact, are using mobile apps to learn about rainwater harvesting techniques, access information on government subsidies. You don't even know many things are around and won't even have this information. For water efficient technologies, receive alerts from water scarcity. I'm working a lot in Sundarbans these days, so yeah, such a wonderful role technology play in giving a lot of support to them. In Tamil Nadu, where we were talking to Sadhana, she's going to start a big study on in Chennai, which is having lots of ponds. Bangalore similarly, but they face water crisis these days. So, and women farmers who are engaged in such an activity in Tamil Nadu, they're using online platforms to connect with agricultural experts, learn about water saving irrigation methods, not just conservation is both production and savings that combine together, and share their experiences with other women in the communities. Not just it ends with them. It's like jitna vidya bante hain, utni badhti hai. So as you communicate and let people understand about it. Second important use of technology could be in improved efficiency and productivity, because it's a typical economics paradigm called as production function. आप कम चीजों से उतने उत्पाद बनाते हैं और ज्यादा ज्यादा उसी same input से ज्यादा production करते हैं. I'm just combining my language to for larger masses to understand. So this is what they do. Technologies like solar pumps, water filters, drip irrigation improve efficiency and definitely productivity. They reduce physical burden on women by automating water management tasks. I must give you an interesting example. It sounds like a joke, but it's a reality. I'm not talking about today, I'm talking about 25 years ago. I used to teach in IFM and I used to gather examples. Some villages in Rajasthan facing typical problem of not finding brides for their bridegrooms, for the eligible bachelors, because if the women are married to this in this village, they have to walk miles away to fetch water, to fetch forest produce, and they're facing lots of challenges. So this is what kind of cultural aspect also exists. So they reduce physical burden on women. The time is saved, energy is saved, which they can use for alternative means of livelihoods and definitely do many more things. Increase efficiency in water use and improve crop diversity in yields. We talk about climate smart agriculture, climate smart fisheries, climate smart irrigation systems, and Israel is an example for that. Definitely, we talk a lot about that. We have examples in Chhattisgarh, Punjab, where women farmers are using solar pumps to access groundwater for irrigation, reducing their reliance on diesel-powered pumps and lowering their energy costs. In Maharashtra, women are using, of course, they've taken a lot of inputs, takeaways from Israel's example, drip irrigation to conserve water and improve crop yields. And so otherwise, we overuse water and they do more harm than good to the crop. And reduce dependence on unpredictable rainfall, because if it's totally rain fit, you face all these drudgeries. Technologies can provide huge amount of economic empowerment to women, definitely. They can help women to generate income and water-related activities. We found lots of examples where I have also worked across. In aquaculture, improved fish technique using fish farming techniques using like cage culture. We had an example of crab fattening in Sundarbans and in West Bengal, where East Calcutta wetlands are very famous across the country. If you go to Calcutta, the more water bodies than other physical structures. So this is what the dependence. Aeration, we have very interesting variety where airborne, air-breathing fish, which like to come up and breathe and then go down with the water plays a very important role. The water-related crafts are also very important, like skills to produce and sell water-saving devices. Pottery for water storage, because you use for later time as well, and a couple of other crafts that they can do. In West Bengal, women are using solar-powered fishing nets and boats to increase their catch and generate more income. Sundarban is a great example to understand that. I'll just quickly take one or two to just to quickly finish because other speakers are there. They can also play a very important role in community engagement and collaboration. Technology can bring, facilitate communication collaboration. We talk about mobile phones, connecting through online and getting a lot of information for water conservation initiatives. We need not go everywhere in person, but at least start with that and of course go in person on ground to do ground truthing. The women it can help with sharing technologies and knowledge, best practices, resources, and training awareness capacity building can be done through technology. Odisha, women are using WhatsApp We have done this study actually and also seen using WhatsApp groups to share information on water scarcity, discuss water management strategies, organize collective action to address water challenges. Such a wonderful way they can connect. In Andhra Pradesh, which is known for its fisheries, activities, they're using online forums to connect with other women working group on water conservation, share experiences. Madhya Pradesh, where I have been located all my life, we have examples in Katharia where household level water connections in Katharia through solar powered and spring based pipe water schemes are being initiated, and water roaster is being established, not just to use for yourself, but surplus can be given to other villages. And lastly, where it's also very important, which I now also mentioned in the beginning, about addressing gender specific challenges. Women have to deal with water more than men, even when they're in the field of the field. So technologies can be designed to address the specific needs and challenges faced by women on safety and accessibility. Women-friendly design of water pumps, which they can easily run. Sanitation facilities, because water, health, and sanitation, the three things are combined together. Water collection points can ensure their safety and comfort instead of traveling long miles, they can collect it definitely. Flexibility. Mobile training programs and online resources can accommodate women's schedules and child care responsibilities. They can't come on the typical official times, so they can definitely provide this access. We have examples of Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. They're using community-based rainwater harvesting systems designed to be user-friendly and accessible to women. Karnataka, they're participating in mobile training programs and hands-on training programs of water management techniques and like that. Just quickly give examples of how, we have Yokogawa to present finally, but just give me one or two examples very quickly, how the APAC partners who are here, the industries, can help their contributions in, definitely in many, many areas. I'll take, for example, of Sundarbans because we have done huge amount of work currently. For example, Yokogawa, I got the background, we have speakers from there, but I did some research to understand. It is a global leader in industrial automation and control, providing solutions to process industries like water treatment. And we face such a problem with salinization in island like Sundarbans, where water has to be desalinized and to be done. So they can provide advanced automation and monitoring systems for water treatment plants, desalinization facilities, optimizing efficiency and reducing water usage. They can contribute toward climate smart irrigation, which is less water and you can produce a crop. So you're shifting a crop combination, diversity is being brought into. And there's a climate smart fisheries also being practiced in West Bengal, especially in Sundarbans. They can provide a lot of support to that. They have an example. I also looked at what kind of CSR activities they have done. They have partnered with the Worldwide Fund. I mean, you can support, expand to this. Projects focusing on sustainable water management and conservation. They also have initiatives in sustainable manufacturing practices within their own operations. So I know this time is up. So I have examples from Autodesk. Let me just respond to what they have been doing. They can provide lots of support for that. For example, Schneider Electrics, they have global specialists in energy management and automation. This point was raised in the first presentation as well. They can contribute towards energy efficient technologies and solutions like solar powered for water treatment plants, pumping stations, and irrigation systems. This is what combined together, I think, greatly can help the Jal Sahelia. I have heard a lot about, because I worked in forest, Van Mitras. I'm heading the technical committee of Delhi government's wetlands committee, where we have, wetland Mitras, but I'd never heard about, Jal Sahelia, which is so good and so gender empowered, term. And you have been doing such a good amount of work. So thank you very much for having this. Has been my, experience and a bit of research to also contribute towards further augmentation of your efforts to bring this knowledge to the larger platform, and the role that policymakers, we researchers, and industry can play to combine and integrate things together and come out with a very holistic and sustainable solution. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful session by you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. Pawan Deshmukh, Executive Manager, System Sales and Marketing, Yokogawa, India. Kindly share your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. Pawan Deshmukh.
Wow. Wow, what a great feeling. Nari Shakti to Jal Shakti. I mean, if you look at our distinguished guests and team leader of the organization, our host are from, again, all ladies. And I believe this is really going to happen, looking at their contribution, the Nari Shakti to Jal Shakti. And I bow to them for their contribution and participation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Yokogawa India Limited, it is a great pleasure to join you at the 10th Annual Sustainable Water Management Conclave in New Delhi, themed Enable Efficient Water Management Through Innovation, hosted by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. I would like to start with Ganga Sindhu Saraswati cha Yamuna Godavari Narmada Kaveri Sarayu Mahendra Tanaya Charmanyavati Vedika क्षिप्रा वेदवती महासुर नदी ख्याता जया गंडकी पूर्णः पूर्ण जले समुद्र सहिता कुर्वन्तु मे मंगलम. Most of you have heard the names of rivers. These rivers are lifelines for us. Not only these, but there are also many rivers in India. Some of them are vanishing, urbanization forcing them to shrink their river basins. पर्यावरण नाशेन नश्यन्ति सर्व जंतवः पवन दुष्टता याति प्राकृति विकृतायते. हमारे पर्यावरण के प्रदूषण के कारण सभी प्राणी नष्ट होते जाते हैं, हवाएं खराब हो जाती है और प्रकृति शत्रुतापूर्ण हो जाती है. As we all know, water is a basic need for all living organisms. Water is life. Water is so precious that we not only need to preserve it for ourselves, but also for the next generation and generation to generation. Today, we are standing at a pivotal moment in a history. This is a time to decide the future of our planet. This is a time to decide, this is a time to contribute to nature. This is a time to take a big step towards the sustainable development goals. Our global goal should be to ensure the future of a people and the planet. This is a time to decide our role, responsibility, and partnership towards nature and towards nature. I would like to put forward some facts. In addition, water is one of the most misused commodities that we still waste. It is the central point of our lives, but not the central point of our focus. In the past, people understand the value of water and they plan their lives around it. Moreover, many civilizations bloom and they lost on account of water. But today, we have knowledge, but we still fail to understand the value of water. On this earth, water is the most abundant substance, covering almost 71% of our planet. Despite of its abundance, only a small percentage of water on earth is usable for human consumption. Now, I would like to put forward some realities. I come from Bangalore city, the city which made a headline in the month of March and April relating to drinking water scarcity. Today, we are sitting in Delhi and we all know the city's water concerns. It is essential to adopt a sustainable approach to managing water resources. Governments, local bodies, society, public sector, private sector organizations, and each and every individual must work together to ensure efficient use of water resources. Water scarcity is on the rise as demand of fresh water is expected to grow by more than 40% by 2050. As of last year, globally, 2.2 billion people still lack safe drinking water. 3.5 billion lack safely managed sanitation services and 2 billion lack basic hygiene services. This is not only an environmental concern, but also economic consequences also. Water is very important element that plays a crucial role in the global economy. Today, we are hoping to become the third largest economy in the world. The economic cost of water scarcity is enormous and it can severely impact the overall economic growth of a nation. Hence, it becomes our ultimate responsibility to manage sustainability. As much as 6% of GDP, 6% of GDP will lose some countries by 2050 due to water scarcity, which spurs migration and conflict. The United Nations 2023 Water Conference and the Water Action Agenda have made important efforts to unite the world for water, with the Water Action Agenda outlining key commitments and actions that will enable sharing a development successful solutions on a global scale. At the same time, I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by the Government of India towards water sustainability. Now, policy making is a very key factor according to us. I would like to bring the kind attention of policymakers of various government initiatives such as Jal Jeevan Mission, Amrut 2, the Smart City Missions, Har Ghar Jal, 24 by 7 water supply scheme, etc., etc. The advanced solution used and to be used for addressing key issues such as non-revenue water, quality of water, and equitable water supply requires a specialized industry. Partnership of such industries to design the project structure. We need to bring a cutting edge technology for sustainable approach. So policymakers should consider the thoughts, the ideas, the suggestions, how to be project structure to bring in such an advanced technology which will help us to sustain the water. Now, Yokogawa solutions. Yokogawa decades of experience have shown us that we have a future with the sustainable water resources, investing in a long-term development solutions at the local level, and it is the only option. I'm proud to mention here that Yokogawa advocates for long-lasting, durable quality products for this industry. Currently, 1 trillion US dollar is the estimated global cost of achieving Sustainability Development Growth 6 on clean water and sanitation, equivalent to just around 1% of global GDP. Our mindset is not ready to accept the amount involved in applying advanced solution. We end up incurring major costs in the transportation of water and pumping costs for water to reach individual beneficiaries. This mindset is pulling us back to the conventional method, and hence non-revenue water is growing. Advanced solutions. Yokogawa offers a wide range of solutions for water management. Yokogawa entered the Indian water market of late, but we are happy to mention that we are managing 6 smart cities and integrated water management, 13 dams and canal automation under national hydrology projects. We look forward to serving in this sector in the near future, and we look forward to strengthening our partnership in various government initiatives to achieve the sustainable development goals for water. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, again for the wonderful words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please do join me to welcome for the keynote address Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, IAS Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Kerala.
Distinguished guests on the dais, and all the colleagues from the water sector. It's indeed my pleasure to be here in this morning, this very fine morning, I'll say. Before I start my thoughts on water sector and how to make it sustainable, I would just like to share the two examples of countries who have really done very well, very good in water management. One is obviously Israel, we all know, and the second one is Japan, which we don't know. Now I'll give you the what has been done by these two countries and how that has made possible to achieve this sustainable and good water management in their countries. You will be surprised to know that Israel, when it became independent, they passed a law wherein they decided to measure every water usage. That was by law. Because it's very clear that the thing which you cannot measure, you cannot monitor, and you cannot then do its evaluation. So this was done by law. Similarly, on the Japan side, we are from the water sector, and we know that non-revenue water is something which we all are excited to reduce it, and we want to ensure that our system network works with a good efficiency. And we have a two service providers who have put up the stalls also outside. So this shows the importance what is happening in the market. You'll be surprised to know that in the Western world, where this NRW ranges something from 35% to 50%, Japan, the NRW is just 2%. I don't know how many of you feel surprised and maybe shocked that NRW can be as low as 2%. Yes, it is. And it has happened not overnight. The Japan decided to do this in 1955, and they had the first non-revenue water management cell in their country. So what I'm trying to say that, when we try to go for the sustainability of the water resources, water management, drinking water and other things, the important is not only the technology, but also the policy framework, governance side. I'll just share a few inputs from Water Authority, of which I was MD earlier. Now I'm chairman, and my joint MD has also come to this function. Water Authority was one of the few utilities in the country who used this NRW in 2012, and results were phenomenal. There are parachute kind of equipments which you need to put up in the live pipe, and that will travel and give you the whole inside picture of how the pipe is behaving if there is any leak. Similarly, there is a ball. You just put it in a live pipe and it goes, and you can take it out and it will give you all the inside data of the pipe. And this I did it in 2012. Now it's the time has come that these technologies should be adopted. Nowadays they are becoming more cheaper. The utilities should have some tie-up with the service providers on a piece rate basis to include all these technologies to find it out where the water leak is happening. The other thing is that if you want to improve upon sustainability of a utility, the data is very important. And so we should start capturing whatever we do in the utilities, whether it's operation and maintenance, whether it is a delivery of water. So all this is very important. Unless until we start digitizing, we will not be able to understand our utility. And third, but not the least one, is basically the power tariff. Now, the power tariff cost near about, or the energy cost is near about 35% to 40% of the whole water production cost, and that's very substantial. So I'll advise all of you to take a look at it, that what is the rate at which you are paying the power, because normally it will be you will be charged as a commercial slab. So it's a time to basically reduce your cost of power, and moment you reduce the cost of power, your public utility becomes sustainable, and everything then improves. That positivity comes in picture. Nobody cries that they have not been delivered water, or nobody says that their bills are pending. So for sustainability of utility, it's very important to look at the power consumption also. Similarly, on the water, surface water management side, the Kerala suffered a flood in 2018, and we have developed a flood management system which is very robust, and which we are using it to predict that what will be the water level in case of floods, and accordingly we are able to give the warnings and take a precautionary steps. But as I said in the beginning, that this data is also very important to support all these things. And this groundwater is another challenge. Many of us don't know that despite having so much investment in the surface water development. 95% of the state, any state agriculture depends upon the groundwater, and we have depleted these sources beyond our imagination. And therefore, the first thing is that, various system which has come up, it's really doing well, that, we are now having data points for all the blocks and how our groundwater is behaving. But that is not suffice. The important is that we should also integrate our surface water resources. And then it becomes a comprehensive database along with the other attributes like quality, quantity, and variability and other things. So the time has come to have a holistic database as far as the water resources are concerned. And then I'll just add up that all these things are fine, but unless until you have a governance and the policy framework, nothing will work. And therefore, the time has come to take a look at the water resources from the basin management viewpoint. And the basin management comes only through the body which is supposed to look at it, specifically about it, like the RBCM, River Basin Conservation Management Authority. And besides this, I will also like to share with you that, we have this Ministry of Jal Shakti. How many of you know that Jal Shakti term, Ministry of Jal Shakti came in existence 2019 only. Before that, we had a DDWS, we had a river conservation department, and a lot of all the departments were just having a different ministries also. So the government of India brought it under one umbrella, and now we call it a Ministry of Jal Shakti. The Kerala has done the same thing in 1984. So what I'm saying that it's a time for the states also to take a look at all your water resources activity under one umbrella. That eases out the coordination, that eases out the decision making, that eases out the optimization of water, and it's really, the efficiency of your work goes up. And on the policy side, I'll also say that some legal framework is now required. Like we need a water regulator, not only for developing the water sector, but we also need now, now this innovation to come in. We also need, good products to come in, and all those things will happen only when we have a water regulator. We have a green fund. Recently the SEBI is working on it. And I personally feel that the Green Fund should have a condition that unless until the states have a regulator, they will not fund the projects there. And that will be a catalyst and enabler to ensure that there is a level playing field in the water sector development. With these words, I close my, my address, and I'm very thankful for Archana Madam and this APAC who has given me opportunity to come here and interact with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome for the most awaited keynote address. Please help me to welcome Ms. Archana Verma, IAS Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Please help me to welcome her on dais. And ma'am, please grace this occasion by your words. Can we make it a little more louder and brighter? Thank you.
Thank you. Respected guests on the dais and dear participants, I am really thankful to APAC for giving me this opportunity to grace this occasion, which is an occasion to meet, people who are in the frontiers of technology, and also people who are our voices from below. तो हमारे साथ जो जल सहेलियां हैं, जो जल दीदी हैं, उनका मैं बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ. और सिंस मेरे स्पीच के बहुत सारे पार्ट मेरे आगामी स्पीकर्स ने कह दिए हैं, तो मैं बस इतना कहना चाहूँगी कि इंडिया जो है डेनमार्क या इजराइल से कंपेयर करना या जापान से भी कंपेयर करना, perhaps, I have certain reservations about that, because India is a country where we see spatial and temporal वेरिएशन इन वाटर. एक तरफ हमारे यहाँ राजस्थान है जो बिल्कुल एरिड है, तो दूसरे तरफ असम है जहाँ फ्लड प्रॉब्लम है, जम्मू कश्मीर है जो हिली एरिया है, और साउथ है जहाँ हार्ड रॉक्स है. तो हमारा जो प्लस हमारा मॉनसून का भी जो पैटर्न है, दैट इज 50% विद इन 15 days. डेनमार्क या कोई भी वेस्टर्न नेशन, यूरोपियन नेशंस में जनरली इट्स स्प्रेड. तो हमें बहुत कम दिन के अंदर वर्षा जल ऋतु का संचयन करना पड़ता है. सो and this is coupled with rapid urbanization, this is coupled with industrialization, this is coupled with an increasing population, and also, it is coupled with the imperatives of development. We are a developing nation. तो हम लोग since developing nation है, imperatives of development को completely हम ignore नहीं कर सकते. But despite all that, India has really focused on sustainability. It is our commitment to NAPCC, it is or through our nationally determined goals कि हमने sustainability पे बहुत ध्यान दिया है. And as my speakers have already said, that it is only in 2019 जब हम water को as one water acknowledge किए हैं, and under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, हमने 2019 में ही मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति बनाई है. एंड 2019 में ही हमने बहुत सारे स्लू ऑफ स्कीम्स, जिसका भी विवरण मेरे आगामी स्पीकर्स ने किया है, बहुत सारे स्कीम्स लॉन्च किए हैं, जैसे कि जल जीवन मिशन, जिसमें ऑलरेडी हम लोग 14 करोड़ हाउस होल्ड्स में पहुंच गए हैं पानी देने के लिए. नेशनल मिशन फॉर क्लीन गंगा, जिसमें हमने बहुत सारे एसटीपीज बनाए हैं, घाट्स क्लीनिंग किए हैं, रिवर का पोल्यूशन अबेटमेंट किया है. अटल भूजल योजना, जो कि हमारे 7 वाटर डेफिसिट जो स्टेट्स हैं, वहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेटरी मैनेजमेंट के थ्रू हम ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज कर रहे हैं. प्लस हमारा नेशनल एक्यूफर जो मैनेजमेंट भी है, जिसमें हमने सबसे पूरे इंडिया के जो भूजल स्तर हैं उसको मापा है. नेशनल रिवर कंजर्वेशन प्लान भी है, जिसमें अदर देन गंगा बाकी रिवर्स के क्लीनिंग के लिए भी हमने बहुत सारे स्टेप्स लिए हैं. तो ये इंडिया में कोई वन साइज फिट ऑल सॉल्यूशन नहीं हो सकता है. So we need all kind of technologies, and we need all kind of people to come up with newer technologies. लेकिन वो technology भी should be acceptable to the people. अगर आप कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी बना के आप सोचेंगे कि कहीं भी उसका इस्तेमाल कर लें, तो वो शायद people may not find it acceptable. To think of water only as an economic product, India में शायद slowly ये ज्ञान हो रहा है. But as my earlier speaker had said कि water के लिए we have grown seeing water as a nourisher, as a divine being. और हमारा कल्चरली भी वाटर के लिए जो रिस्पेक्ट है, उसमें अभी वाटर एज एन इकोनॉमिक गुड, कि वाटर के लिए हम पेमेंट हमें करना चाहिए, ये कॉन्शियसनेस आने में भी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. आने लगा है, बट टू एक्सपेक्ट कि डे 1 में अब वाटर के लिए आप पेमेंट करिए, और बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं टू treat water as an economic good. And as Ashok says, time has come when, these things have to be, newer technologies have to be adopted. But in the context of India, हम लोगों को ये देखना होगा कि कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी, कौन सा पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क, बिकॉज आप लोग जानते हैं कि वाटर स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है और जो उसका डिलीवरी है वो लोकल गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे होता है. कौन सा फ्रेमवर्क वर्क करेगा? एज ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हम लोग जो कभी भी कोई पॉलिसी बनाते हैं तो उसको, उसकी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी को टेस्ट करना बहुत जरूरी होता है. इसीलिए while we are excited about all the newer technologies जो आ रहे हैं, which we get to see. अभी कुछ दिन पहले I was seeing that there's this technology जिसमें even there is just one mobile van, and in it is a cleaning system which cleans automatically, which senses कि आपका पानी जो है ये saline water है कि pond water है कि sea water है, ये खुद टेस्ट करके उसको क्लीन कर देता है. and it's just a mobile van, and उसमें कोई किसी को कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस एक ड्राइवर के साथ भी ऑपरेट हो सकता है. ये बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग, इस तरह के और भी बहुत एक्साइटिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज वी हैव सीन, स्पेशली इन रिसाइकलिंग एंड रीयूज. लेकिन I always feel, perhaps I am conservative in this regard, that technology should be for people. और हम लोग हमेशा जो वॉइसेस फ्रॉम बिलो हैं, जैसे जो ये लोग हैं जो एक्चुअली सफर करते हैं पानी के डेफिसिट, इनकी आवाज सुने. अगर बिना हम कोई भी पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क बना दें, कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनपुट इन्हें दे दें या फोर्स करें, तो वो इन्हें एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं होगा. बिकॉज ये जानती हैं हमारे जो एक्चुअली पीपल जो ग्राउंड लेवल पे काम करते हैं, वो जानते हैं कि उनकी परेशानियां क्या हैं और उनका समाधान कैसे होना चाहिए. इसीलिए इस साल का जो हमारा जल शक्ति अभियान का वी सेट कि हमारा जो थीम होना चाहिए, हम हमेशा जल शक्ति से नारी शक्ति कहते हैं कि वाटर एम्पावर्स women, because women suffered the most in terms of school dropout, yeah, drudgery, yeah, even losing out on employment opportunities. But this year we thought कि नहीं, हमारा जो नारा मतलब थीम है वो होना चाहिए नारी शक्ति से जल शक्ति. मतलब कि नारी लेड जल शक्ति, नारी का सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं, नारी को उसको लीड करना चाहिए, लीडरशिप देना चाहिए. क्योंकि जो हम लोग एविडेंस देखने को मिल रहा है, उसमें जहां जहां भी महिलाओं ने लीड किया है, वो इनिशिएटिव सस्टेनेबल भी रहा है और वो ये बहुत किफायती, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव भी रहा है. और इसीलिए हमें बहुत जरूरी है कि जो हमारे इस मीटिंग में जो दीदियां हमारे साथ आई हैं, उनकी आवाज सुने. और इसीलिए मैं चाहूंगी कि हम ज्यादा ना बोलें, आप लोग क्या फील करते हैं वो जरूर आप लोग शेयर करें. अब इस सेशन में है या बाद में है? बाद में है. बट आई वुड हैव, मतलब मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता क्योंकि हम बस आपको ये आप ही लोग हम लोग से सुन रही हैं, और वो भी अंग्रेजी में, क्योंकि हम सब ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल होते हैं इंग्लिश में. लेकिन आप लोग क्या चाहती हैं वो बहुत जरूरी है सुनना. और किसी भी पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क का बिगिनिंग होना चाहिए विद पार्टिसिपेशन of people at the grassroots. Even technology should be tested first at the grassroots, and then only, brought to scale. Because इसीलिए बहुत सारे technologies fail हो जाते हैं. So इससे ज़्यादा मैं और कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगी, but आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. And really thanks to the जल दीदीज जो गांव में इतनी परेशानियां झेलते हुए भी आप लोग लीड कर रहे हैं, और आप लोग महिलाओं को इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं. क्योंकि हम इंस्पिरेशन नहीं है, हमें तो बहुत ही एक प्रिविलेज बैकग्राउंड से आए हैं, प्रिविलेजेस बहुत हुआ है, तो हम मतलब कुछ कर पाए हैं लाइफ में. बट आप लोग बहुत कष्ट करके आगे आई हैं. सो एक्चुअली यू आर आवर इंस्पिरेशन, और आप लोग ही हमारी महिला शक्ति हैं. और जो भी आप काम कर रही हैं, इसको प्लीज आप और जोश से करें और इसको आगे बढ़ाएं. थैंक यू. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद मैम. बहुत ही खूबसूरत शब्दों के साथ आपने अपने फीलिंग्स को एक्सप्रेस किया. थोड़ी और तालियां मुझे एक्सपेक्टेड थी. थैंक यू. And before we proceed to the next one, let me tell you the closing remarks will be through live. As we know, this is technological updated world. So everybody, you have to welcome in the same way. आपको बिल्कुल similarly ही welcome करना है. देवाश्री मुखर्जी जी का IAS Secretary. Round of applause, everybody. Ministry of Water Resources, Government of India. She's, I think, joining us live.
I'm very pleased that the 10th Annual Sustainable Water Management Conclave is honoring and recognizing women water warriors from different walks of life for their outstanding contribution to water conservation. I would have been very happy to be present physically with all of you today, but certain constraints prevent my being there. But I think it is critical that women's role in managing water, women's role in conserving water, women's role in augmenting the available supply of water that we have is recognized. Now, all of us know that the shortage of water affects us first. When there is water supply is limited in the household, women have to make do. Women have to manage the drinking water for the house. If there is poor health because of poor water supply, then women have to manage, largely have the role of caregivers to the people who fall ill in the household. Therefore, it is natural that women provide leadership to all our efforts to conserve water and recharge water. I understand that there are 6 women who have done extraordinary work at the grassroots level in the field of water conservation. I would like to mention Mrs. Meera Hirwar, who's a Jal Saheli from the Gram Panchayat of Gorga in Chhattarpur, Madhya Pradesh. Ms. Rita Chaudhary, who's the Pradhan of the Gram Panchayat of Tharoli, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Mrs. Seema, who's the Jal Saheli from the Gram Panchayat Sarkhadi from Uttar Pradesh. Also, we have Ms. Neeru Yadav, who's Sarpanch from Gram Panchayat Lambi Ahir, Jhunjhunu, Rajasthan. Mrs. Anu Devi, who's treasurer of the Anokha Jivika Swayam Sahayata Samuh, Gram Panchayat Shampur, Shiohar, Bihar. And Mrs. Mala Panda from Rajendra Prasad Swarojgar Dol, SHG, Gram Panchayat Rudranagar, Birbhum, West Bengal. My congratulations to all of you and my gratitude to all of you for the work that you are doing and will continue to do. Along with that, I would also like to recognize and thank all the unsung warriors and water heroes, the women who are leaders of our water conservation efforts and who are actually ensuring that the improvement in water supply in villages and towns across the country. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. So now, before we proceed towards The next segment, may I request once again, kindly be on stage, our both chief guest here. Help me to welcome once again, Archana ma'am. Please do join us in order to felicitate our speakers. And Ashok sir, please do join us. And I also request Mohanty ma'am, please do join us on stage. Help us to felicitate. I request our distinguished personalities, please help us to felicitate Dr. Anita K. Sharma with token of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anita K. Sharma, Counselor, Royal Danish Embassy, New Delhi. I request Archana ma'am and Ashok sir. Please felicitate Hadas Bakshi. Now may I request Archana ma'am, please help us with the felicitation of the speakers. Madhu Verma ji. Ashok sir, you can join us. Please help me to felicitate Mr. Pawan Deshmukh. Now, Nipur ma'am. All right, all right. Thank you very much. And now, as we all know, we have to move quickly to the next segment. Thank you, our distinguished personality. Let's have a group photograph first. Ma'am, please join us. Let's have one group photograph together. थोड़ी तालियां बनती है, हमारी जल दीदी आ गई हैं। Thank you very much. Thanks to all the distinguished speakers. Thank you, Archana ma'am, Ashok sir. For the felicitation of the women water warriors, may I request Archana ma'am and Ashok sir kindly be with us on stage, and rest our distinguished personalities, please settle down. You can just take your seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the moment of this day, isn't it? Where we're going to felicitate, as our Honorable Chief Guest Archana ma'am said, they are the real warriors. Women actually facing the extraordinary circumstances, facing the very, I have to say, opposite surrounding, and still working for something which is very, very tough to do. I think ये वो समय है जहाँ पर हम इनको सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, ना कि बस अप्रिशिएट करेंगे। मैं चाहूंगी कि अभी जब भी मैं उनको स्टेज पे बुलाऊं, आप सभी की तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट एक्चुअली गूंजनी चाहिए, बिकॉज ये वहां से आ रहे हैं जहां पर एक नॉर्मल शिक्षा भी कहीं ना कहीं एक टफ चैलेंज होता है, और वहां पर वाटर को स्टोर करना, उसको रिसोर्स करना इज अ बिग थिंग। सो जस्ट अ हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट। और जब बात आती है विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की, और फिर बात आती है कि वाटर कंजर्वेशन की, आई थिंक जो जननी है, जो जगत जननी है, वो नारी है। और जो नारी है उनके कंधों पे तो एक बहुत छोटी सी जिम्मेदारी है ना, जो इस दुनिया में नए नए जिंदगियां ला सकती है। आई थिंक उनके ही कंधों पे इतनी अमेजिंग जिम्मेदारियां निभाने की एक ताकत अपने आप आती है। Ladies and gentlemen, felicitation of the women warriors. Let me just tell quickly about it. Celebrating Women in Water, a session dedicated to recognize and honoring the invaluable contributors of women in the field of water management, conservation, and sustainability, along with the idea of promoting technology in the water sector. They are the extraordinary women coming from very ordinary places. So, ladies and gentlemen, please open your heart and help me to welcome them one by one with some round of applauses. Are we ready for it, everyone? I'm so sorry. This is the major awaited segment of this day, and I really need more energy. Are we ready for this, everyone? थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये हमारी भारत की नारियां हैं जो हर परिस्थिति में भी अपने आप को साबित कर देती है कि चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, हम सबसे अलग है और सबसे ताकतवर है, सबसे बहादुर है। आप सभी की तालियों के साथ प्लीज आप सभी मेरी मदद करेंगे टू हेल्प मिसेस रीता चौधरी। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्रधान है ये ग्राम पंचायत थरौली की। जोरदार तालियों के साथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट सहारनपुर, उत्तर प्रदेश। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए मिसेस रीता चौधरी जी के लिए, प्रधान ग्राम पंचायत हरौली। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इतने खूबसूरत बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कार्य के लिए। मैं चाहूंगी आपकी जो तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट है वो रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, इट शुड बी अनस्टॉपेबल। एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट मोहंती मैम, यू आल्सो जॉइन अस ऑन स्टेज। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत ही खूबसूरत दृश्य है ये। आइए अब एक बार फिर से स्वागत करते हैं तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ, प्यार के साथ और उम्मीद के साथ, ब्लेसिंग्स के साथ मिसेस सीमा जी का, जल सहेली ग्राम पंचायत सरकंदी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट ललितपुर, स्टेट उत्तर प्रदेश। Building of 2 check dams started Pani Panchayat and also received sewage system in the areas. एक बार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे सीमा जी का। सीमा जी, हम सभी आपके बहुत बहुत मैं कहूँगी थैंकफुल है, बहुत ही कृतज्ञ हैं आपके इस खूबसूरत कार्य के लिए। हम सभी मिलकर आपको शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। ये हमारी भारत की बेटी है, डजंट मैटर कहाँ से आती है, लेकिन कुछ हमेशा अच्छा ही कर जाती है। तालियां होनी चाहिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। प्लीज हेल्प मी टू वेलकम मिसेस मीरा अभिहार, थोड़ी तालियों के साथ, जल सहेली ग्राम पंचायत गौरग्यार, छतरपुर, मध्य प्रदेश। थोड़ी तालियों के साथ एक बार फिर से स्वागत करेंगे। आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सम्मान के साथ साथ ये एक मौका है आपको सेलिब्रेट करने का। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। नाउ प्लीज हेल्प मी टू वेलकम मिसेस नीरू यादव। नीरू यादव जी का स्वागत किया जाए। सरपंच है और साथ ही साथ पॉपुलरली इनको हॉकी वाली सरपंच भी कहा जाता है। क्या बात है, वाओ, दिस इज सो गुड। ग्राम पंचायत लंबी अहीर, राजस्थान से आई हैं ये, और तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत किया जाए। और बहुत ही मुझे अच्छा लगा ये जानकर कि गांव के लोग इनको हॉकी वाले थोड़ी तालियां होनी चाहिए, हॉकी वाले सरपंच कहते हैं। तो शी इज ऑल्सो प्रमोटिंग वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट इन द स्पोर्ट्स। बहुत ही खूबसूरत दृश्य है और आपको हम सभी मिलकर शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। अच्छा, ये कौन बनेगा करोड़पति में भी नीरू यादव जी आई थी, तो आप देख सकते हो कि कितनी मल्टी टैलेंटेड है और अपने गांव में भी अपनी इस प्रतिभा के लिए जानी जाती है। आइए अब स्वागत करते हैं मिसेस अनु देवी जी का। थोड़ी तालियों के साथ आप सभी मिलकर मेरी मदद करेंगे इनका स्वागत करने के लिए। ट्रेजरर है ऑफ दी अनोखा जीविका, थोड़ी तालियों के साथ। और ये आती है शिवहार बिहार से, ग्राम पंचायत श्यामपुर। आपके कार्य के लिए हम सभी आपको शुभकामनाएं देते हैं और आपको यही कहना चाहते हैं कि अपने इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्य को यूं ही आप जारी रखें। Well, next is Mrs. Mala Panda ji, but she is not here. तो मैं चाहूँगी विश्वदीप जी, please on behalf of her, please receive the award and the token of gratitude I will say. थोड़ी तालियों के साथ प्लीज। शी इज नॉट हियर बट जो प्यार है हमारे दिल में वो जरूर पहुंचना चाहिए। इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो मिसेस माला पांडा जी, सेक्रेटरी, थोड़ी तालियां होनी चाहिए, है ना? थैंक यू, थैंक यू। ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ माला जी यू कैन जस्ट रिसीव।
আমার নাম মালা পণ্ডা, ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল সাউথ 24 পরগনা জেলার অন্তর্গত সাগর ব্লকের রুদ্রনগর গ্রাম পঞ্চায়েতের অধীন যে রাজেন্দ্র প্রসাদ সরোজগারী দল রয়েছে সেই দলের সম্পাদিকা। তো জল শক্তি সে নারী শক্তি অভিযানে যে আমাকে ইনভাইটেড করা হয়েছে তার জন্য আমি খুবই আনন্দিত এবং খুব গর্বিত। তাই সবাইকে যথাযোগ্য স্থানে সম্মান জানাই, ধন্যবাদ ও নমস্কার। আর ওয়াটার ফর পিপল অর্গানাইজেশন থেকে যে আমার নামটাকে যে সিলেক্ট করা হয়েছে উনাদেরও সবাইকে আমি ধন্যবাদ ও নমস্কার জানাই। আমি একজন এসএইচজি লিডার। তো এসএইচজি লিডার হয়ে এই জলটা যে আমাদের খুবই প্রয়োজনীয় জিনিস, আর আমরা মায়েদের দ্বারাই যে সব জলের কাজগুলোই কিন্তু মায়েরাই করে। তো এইটা আমার প্রথম থেকেই মাথায় এসছিল। তো যখন আমরা প্রথমত বিশুদ্ধ যে জলের যে ঘাটতি ঘটে, সেই বিশুদ্ধ পানীয় জলটা ঘাটতি মেটানোর জন্য আমরা বিভিন্ন রকমের কাজগুলো করেছি। সেটা সংসদের মানে পঞ্চায়েত লেভেলে সংসদ সভায় উপস্থিত থেকে এই কাজগুলো সমাধান করেছি। বর্তমানে যে ভিডব্লিউএসসি কমিটি রয়েছে সেই কমিটির সাথে আমরা যুক্ত হয়ে এই বিশুদ্ধ পানীয় জলের যে উৎসগুলো রয়েছে সেই উৎসগুলোকে কিভাবে আমরা রক্ষণাবেক্ষণ করব, জল অপচয়টা কিভাবে আমরা রোধ করতে পারবো, সেই গ্রাউন্ড ওয়াটার কিভাবে রিচার্জ করতে পারবো, প্রকৃতির নিয়মে যে জলগুলো আসছে সেগুলোকে আমরা কিভাবে সংরক্ষণ করতে পারবো, এই সব বিষয় নিয়েই কিন্তু আমরা এখন কাজগুলো করছি। এটা আমাদের সাথে সহযোগিতা করছেন আমাদের পঞ্চায়েত এবং আমাদের সাথে যেটা রয়েছেন যারা রয়েছেন ওয়াটার ফর পিপল অর্গানাইজেশন, সাথে রয়েছেন আমাদের ভিডব্লিউএসসি কমিটির মেম্বাররা, আর আমরা এসএইচজি মায়েরা, আমরা সবার যৌথ উদ্যোগে এই কাজগুলো আমরা করছি। এখন বর্তমান মাটির নিচে যে জলের অবস্থা খুব সীমিত, বিশুদ্ধ পানীয় জলের অবস্থা কিন্তু খুব শোচনীয়। তাই আমরা সবাই মিলে এই উদ্যোগটা নেওয়ার সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি এবং সবাইকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করিয়ে আমরা এই কাজগুলো করছি। নমস্কার।
वाओ, डजंट मैटर उन्होंने किस लैंग्वेज का यहाँ पर उपयोग किया, बट आई थिंक वी ऑल गॉट व्हाट शी वाज ट्राइंग टू से। दैट्स कॉल्ड लैंग्वेज ऑफ हार्ट। सो ब्यूटीफुल एंड congratulations. All right, now quickly we will proceed for the group photograph. मैं चाहूंगी हमारी जल दीदियां एक बार फिर से मंच पर आ जाएं और एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के साथ हमारी जो ये खूबसूरत यहाँ पर जो यादें हैं, it should be in our hearts forever and ever. I request हमारी जल दीदियां कृपया करके मंच की ओर आ जाएं और साथ ही साथ मैं चाहूँगी मित्रा मैम भी हमें ज्वाइन कर लेंगी फॉर द ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ. Oh, so sir, just a humble request, Ashok sir and Anshana ma'am, we just need one picture with them.
Hello. Audible? Can we have Aman Mittal sir also for this photograph? Please, sir.
I request Mr. Aman Mittal to join us on stage. Mr. Aman Mittal, join us. थोड़ी मुस्कुराहट के साथ with a victory sign हमारी जल्दी दिया. क्या बात है? Victory sign ऐसे. Yeah, lovely. बहुत ही खूबसूरत. धन्यवाद. शुक्रिया. Now Mohanty ma'am to join us in order to felicitate our distinguished personalities, Archana ma'am and Ashok sir. I request Mohanty ma'am to join us on stage. Yes. So I have said, I think 10 times in a row, but I will repeat myself again. Thank you, Archana ma'am, for being here. Your presence actually make this day more beautiful and memorable for all of us. May I request Mohanty ma'am, please felicitate with token of gratitude to ma'am. And everybody, we should actually thank her by putting our hands together. Come on, let's do this all together. Archana ma'am took her valuable time out from her schedule and joined us here. It means a lot for all of us actually. So हम सभी का प्यार और धन्यवाद अर्चना मैम को. Now may I request Mr. Ashok ji, Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, please be on stage. I request you, sir. Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh. Thank you, everybody. So now we will proceed towards the presentations. Of course, we are all ready to learn, to actually explore the best possibilities in the industry and how to do, I will say not how to do a favor, but how to return the favor to the Mother Earth. So let's begin this journey. Let's embark on this journey. But before we proceed any further, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being so supportive and such a wonderful audience. So shuru karne se pehle, can we have a round of applause for yourself, everybody? Let's do this together. Thank you all the phenomenal personalities for being here. You actually making this day more memorable and more gracious for all of us. Now we will quickly proceed towards the technology presentation. Angelo George, CEO, Bisleri. He's here. Please help me to welcome Mr. George from Bisleri. Thank you, sir, for being here. It means again a lot for all of us. And Bisleri is one of our sponsors also. So it has to be a little grand. Please help me to welcome. Everybody, help me to welcome with some round of applause, Mr. Angelo George.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks, APAC News, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference, and all the distinguished guests and participants, a very good morning. What I'm going to talk today, can I have the presentation on the screen? What I'm going to talk about today is a concept called water credits. I mean, this is what we heard in the morning, that we have about 18% of the world's population, but as far as fresh groundwater is concerned, we are seriously starved at just about 4%. And when you look at that map of India, you can really see that over 54% of the country is impacted in water shortage in some way or the other. And not just that, we have also been extracting groundwater at the fastest rate among all the countries in the world. Now, the CAG report indicates that if we continue at this level in a couple of decades, we're going to have serious trouble in this country. Now, just to put things in perspective, how is the groundwater extraction happening across different segments? Agriculture is bulk of it, and you have domestic and we have industry about 8%. Now, you can also see that the government of India, the Honorable Prime Minister has declared the LIFE mission, talking about rewarding individuals, communities, and corporates for environment-friendly actions around 7 different categories. And one of the critical categories is water. And you can see that in water, it's about conserving water, it's about using water more efficiently, and it's also about reprocessing or reusing of wastewater. Everything should get rewarded. But like anything else in life, you also need to kind of look at the resource equivalent in terms of usage. And that is where the concept that the framework and the methodologies need to be defined. Because saving water in a Rajasthan versus saving water in an Assam is a different ballgame and possibly need to be rewarded differently. So when we spoke about water credit to start with, because that's water green credits, there is obviously an issue because water is a kind of a local footprint issue, unlike carbon, which is kind of universal. So the environment footprint, if you're looking at water, there's also variability that happens with season. And if you look at the carbon credits market over a period of time with all the Kyoto Protocol and all that is kind of really developed. But as far as water is concerned, that needs to be kind of put into place. The regulatory framework, we listened earlier that there's a central administrative body, Jal Shakti Ministry, but obviously there are state regulations, and water at the end of the day is a very touchy subject at a social level on the ground. Now, when you're talking about water savings, like I mentioned about a Rajasthan and Assam contest to illustrate the point, establishing a baseline is extremely crucial. And because usage and patterns vary across different sectors. I come from Bisleri, one of the most respected brands. We initiated the concept of mineral water in this country and been leaders for over 55 years now. But we have 2 other areas to claim fame about, which is about that we recycle more plastic than what we put into the market. Much before the Ministry of Environment regulations, when it was 70%, we were already at 103%. And we replenish more water than what we extract from the ground. So we have been discussing about water credits within our organization. In fact, our chairman has been very passionate about this, that we need to talk about and bring to the government's attention about a concept called water credit, reward conservation. So we said, let us get somebody who can help us study this better and create a framework which can then be adopted by different industries. So we requested Terry Sass to be part of this, Dr. Arun Kansal and team. We kicked off this study in November 22 and concluded in October 23. Interestingly, if you look at the LIFE mission, that announcement happened in August 23. So much before that, we had started our study to be able to table some of the things. Now, what were we looking at? We said, let us look at the national and international policies on water conservation. And if there is a fiscal method of rewarding conservation, develop a framework and something which I will explain a little later about impact adjusted water footprint. Because end of the day, water is limited, the effect is limited to a terrain, and you need to understand it in the context of the terrain, both good and bad. Apply this in the context of two of our own plants, one located in a water scarce area and another located in a water rich or water sufficient area. And finally, the output of the report should be something which we call as a toolkit which can be adopted by across industries so that the baselines can be derived. And anything better than baseline, then you get a reward. Now, when we talk about water, obviously, there is something called a watershed, which is the area where the water lands and then flows into streams or whatever. And when we did this entire exercise, we used the latest digital technology, the digital elevation model to understand exactly what the water area should be. We are the terrain we are studying. And then we applied three concepts. The first, a water audit from our production unit standpoint to understand efficiencies, the water wastage, fundamentally looking at the cost savings and the regulatory compliance as the first part of the concept. But we believe that it is not just about water processing in the processing unit and the efficiency. It has to cover end to end for the product. From the packaging material to the final product that we create needs to be factored. How much water are we consuming? Which will account for the green water, which will account for the blue water and the gray water, which is really the discharge water. Now, from an organization standpoint, it will give me an advantage to understand supply chain optimization, my sourcing network, and am I efficient about it? So that was about virtual water. And the final water footprint when we are talking about, which is the real impact of a business, it also has to be not just operational water, but also the water that you incur in your supply chain to reach it finally to the consumer. So that's about giving businesses total accountability for the water that they consume. So in reality, if I were to just summarize, that's what it is. On the last point, on the overhead supply chain, we just factor the energy because other costs are varied across the country. And we said we should just limit ourselves in this study to only the energy component. So these were the two units that we studied. Sahibabad, which is a water scarce belt. The only water body around that is the Ghazipur drain, which is the wastewater from Delhi. And you have Kamshet, which is located near Lonavala, where there is a lot of water body, lakes and rivers. In fact, Indrayani River flows very close to our plant over there. This is the final result of the study. You can see that there is a 2.5% negative impact on account of the scarcity factor, which you can see that 43,000 over there. We have factored that. We have looked at the supply chain impact, which you can see a significant 1581, 671 over there. But there is a 6.2% positive impact that happens because of our water conservation efforts or rainwater harvesting that we do, which is almost 84% of the production consumption at this factory. So the real impact as far as a footprint is concerned is the last number which you find over there. Now, that's really the formula. There are two things which we have factored in this working, which is about a factor for a pollution deprivation potential and a scarcity deprivation potential for the negatives, and the conservation potential also is factored, that you are saving water. So in reality, you can see that normally to produce a liter of Bisleri, we would spend about 1.08 liters. That's how efficient our plants are. We convert almost 90% plus of the water that we process. But when you take everything into account, you can see that Sahibabad, it cost us, no, I will require 3 more minutes, about 15 liters of water to produce 1 liter. Partly because we also have a glass production over there, so glass production consumes more water to clean it. In Kamshet, it requires just about 10 liters of water. Now, how does it compare against other beverages? You can see that to produce a carbonated beverage, it entails about 50 liters of water. Now, this understanding helps us to draw baselines for anything which is related to the concept called water credit. So reality, the contrasting scenarios highlight that in a water scarce area, you actually spend more water. Baseline is different. In a water rich area, the baseline is different. And both negatives and positives get accounted for. This is a toolkit that we have defined, which is our contribution to the concept of water credit to the Jal Shakti Ministry. And to summarize, we need to define impact adjusted water footprint for calculating savings for water credit for any industry. Define the monetary value for the credit. I think that's an important piece similar to a carbon credit system. At the same time, water is a touchy social subject, so you need to figure out that over-exploitation to capitalize on credit does not happen with large entities. The speakers earlier spoke about a need for a common regulatory platform which will administer water. That needs to come in. And obviously, the largest user of groundwater is agriculture, water efficient crops, and efficient irrigation practices need to come into place. So with this, let me dedicate this report which we have created for water credits. It's a very illustrated report that we have, which is on our website, and we are also sharing that with public. So the toolkit will help industries understand what is their basic consumption. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for the very wonderful information. Sir, just can we have you here on stage just for a minute, sir, please? And I request Mohanty ma'am to join us on stage in order to felicitate. Can we have some round of applause, everybody? Please help me to welcome and to express our gratitude to Mr. Angelo George, CEO of Distillery. Thank you, Mr. George, for the wonderful and very unique presentation. After this, may I request Mr. Hari Narayan, Manager of Systems and Sales Marketing, Yokogawa, India, kindly to join us. Along with him, Mr. Pawan Deshmukh, Executive Manager, Systems Sales and Marketing, Yokogawa, India. So let's proceed for the next presentation, everybody. Help me to welcome these distinguished speakers on stage. Help me to welcome everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Here I'm going to present the technologies for solutions what Yokogawa is offering for smart water management. Before that, this is the agenda. We will go through this. I just want to brief you about Yokogawa. Yokogawa is a Japanese organization which was founded in 1915, Yokogawa Electric Corporation in Japan. And we are expanded our global business network. We are working 10 offices in Japan and 104 offices outside Japan. So you can see our presence worldwide. So we have our regional and affiliate companies spread across the world. So this is overview. We have started Yokogawa business in India in 1987. So till we completed 37 years. And since we incorporation from 1987, our major stake into the oil and gas sector and of late we started in the water. As you see, we had supplied 2,000 plus automation and safety systems, 5 lakh plus measuring instruments, and 8,000 plus analytical instruments. This is our journey. We started in 1987 with a joint venture with the state government of Karnataka. Kionix was the company, and with them we started. And later, in 1992, we become a Yokogawa Blue Star company. And in 2004, we are 100% subsidized company, independent company, Yokogawa India Limited, and Yokogawa Electric Corporation is holding the company. If you see the post-pandemic, global pandemic, we had started expanding our business. We had established our offices in Bangladesh, established Yokogawa Digital Corporation, acquisition of a PICE, and acquisition of a Dublix company. Now in 2024, we recently acquired Adapt Fluidine company. This is under, again, Make in India concept. We are bringing a flow meter manufacturing in India. So all range of Yokogawa flow meters in near future, we will be manufacturing here in India. Now this is just our factory premises in Bangalore. Bangalore is the headquarter for South Asia, this thing. We are a headquarter for Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and India, except Pakistan. This is our factory premises where we are staging the DCS cabinets and all manufacturing. So this is in Bangalore. We are ISO certified companies. Now, just want to understand what is the driving force for water management. See, if you see the Worldwide Fund Nature WWF report, it forecasts 30 Indian cities are going to face a water problem in next 10 years time. And the water deficiency, it is going to be a 277 billion cubic meter by 2050. If you see the major cities like Jaipur, Indore, Amritsar, Bangalore, Kolkata, Srinagar, Mumbai, and Vishakhapatnam are some of the cities which I would like to mention that they are going to face a water scarcity in near future. So now what is the problem? The future of India's environment in the cities, because we are developing countries and our urbanization is developing. And that is the reason our growth for sustainability is very important for urbanization, development, and to become a third largest economy in the country. You can see the graph where the water demand is rapidly increasing, and by 2027, our water balance is going to be negative. So that is the reason we have to be very precautious where we can maintain this requirement. Now, what is the problem in the water segment? The one is that we wanted an equitable, good quality water to be supplied for all the urban citizens as well as the rural citizens. Then turn water losses to gains. That is what we every now and then we listen, non-revenue water. Basically, the water which is we are supplying for potable drinking applications and all, that need to be accounted, and we have to improve the financial sustainability for water sector through tariff reforms. In earlier session, we heard from our speaker that we are considering water is a free substance or free commodity. But now this mindset has to come to the people that to get a good quality of water or fresh water, we have to do some payment for that. We have to pay for a good quality. And that is what. And moreover, whatever the wastewater management or the recycle applications we are going to do, what are the quality of that discharge, whether we are discharging it to the river or sea, or we are recycling that, the quality one should monitor it. And for that also, we require an advanced solution. Now, what solutions we are giving? Yokogawa is giving a solution, start from the water treatment, water distribution, wastewater treatment, industrial water, or pipeline distribution, and for the desalination segments. So this is what we are having a presence in this. So starting from the desalination to make it a potable water, water transportation is there, though it is a water treatment. Everywhere, Yokogawa is having a solution, and we offer that solution. And on top of that, there are some advanced solutions like asset management, plant security management, water loss management, operator training, water security, water demand forecast, water quality management, and energy management. So why Yokogawa one-stop solution? If you see, Yokogawa is not only the manufacturer for the level 1, level 2, and level 3. but also Yokogawa do the system integration, and that is a key advantage for any customer or the water managing agencies, because we are not only the manufacturing the level one, that is a field instruments, though it is a flow meters, pressure transmitter, level transmitter, temperature analyzer, field wireless or camera. So and level two, which is going to fit into your control room or the centralized SCADA control room, all kind of a DCS related hardware, software, SCADA related safety system, data acquisition and power monitoring. On top of that, when it comes to the management and operation support, we have an enterprise management, energy performance optimization, operation system, alarm analysis, historian, asset management, and cyber security. Now, these are the very important factors. On top of that, nowadays we are talking artificial intelligence, digital twin, and to have those things, I think the basic route where this management starts from the field, that needs to be very prioritized and it should be install based. Now, CI server, collaborative information servers. What this is one solution Yokogawa brings in, and this fits into the heart of the system. This is compatible with third-party systems also. For that, it is not required that you should have only Yokogawa product or Yokogawa system. It can be compatible with third-party PLCs. It can be having a remote operation center, whether it is an integrated operation room or the central control room. If anything it is there, it can fit into the heart of the system and you can easily manage and operate the system. Also, nowadays we are talking about more on the IT/OT integration. For that IT/OT integration also, collaborative information this server, CI server, is best suitable product from Yokogawa. Now, Make in India initiative, as we see in most of the tenders and the RFPs, there the local content is very essential. The local manufacturing is important, and as our PM also mentions that you should be vocal for local. And Make in India initiative, we had started from March 2016 the manufacturing and assembly of transmitters in Bangalore. Under this segment, again, this year we have acquired Adapt Fluidine company, and we are planning to have all range of flow meters manufactured here in India. On top of this, the cyber security. Cyber security is one of the important thing when we are talking about the internet-based things or this thing where it becomes very important that your system, your management, your assets, what you are going to manage, it should be foolproof and it should be secure. And for that, cyber security is there. Nowadays, we consider some hacking of the systems or the websites and all. So in that content also, when you are using the advanced solutions which are IT/OT enabled, and when it is connected to the internet, there is always a possibility that some cyber security threats may arise. And for that also, we are having a wide range of cyber security this thing. We have a Oprex IT/OT, this one the SOC we have, and we are using this machine learning through artificial intelligence. So this is one we have. Again, Yokogawa, just want to brief about the success stories. If you see the major water projects which are execution and under execution and completed, we are managing now Kanpur Smart City, Tumkuru 24/7 in Karnataka, Satna Smart City, Prayagraj Smart City in Uttar Pradesh, and Karnal Integrated Water Utility Management System, and SCADA for various WTP in Srinagar, Jammu Kashmir. If you see everywhere the management of the WTP plant and distribution network, bulk distribution, which is the key concern, and we are managing under this smart city missions. On top of that, under this national hydrology projects, where dam automation and canal automation. Okay, nowadays we are just talking about the distribution network of the water, but we are not talking about the source management. The source management, because India is a country where you are getting only 3 to 4 months monsoon, and monsoon is the only source for India where you are getting the water, and you have to manage whatever you are getting water in that 3 to 4 months. You have to manage that water for entire year, and that is not only for your industrial application, for your potable drinking application, but also for your irrigation purpose, because the farming sector or the agriculture sector, which is a backbone for Indian economy, and for that this is very important. Now here we are managing some of the dam automation, canal automations under this national hydrology projects. So we are managing almost 12 to 13 dam and canal automations under this national hydrology project. These are some of the global desalination project reference map. Now, because of the water scarcity, now we are looking at sea as a source to meet our potable water requirement. And that's how this desalination project comes in picture. So we had 100 plus projects which we have globally installed base. These are some of the pictures of these seawater desalination. Now, this is a success story of Japan. In earlier segment, one of our speaker told that Japan is having only 2% NRW. Now you can see these Japan is managing almost. Yokogawa had done 380 plus DCS projects in Japan itself for water supply. So they are using this advanced technology for managing the water distribution and water management. Now, I just want to take you the typical case study what Yokogawa done in India. The Prayagraj Smart City Integrated Water Distribution Management System. This is what we started doing this project. And this is a very interesting project because you have their WTPs where some of the part surface water is getting used and some tube wells. Tube well automation is also part of that. So here SCADA system, RTO and CI server is there, HMI, RT hardware, flow meters, pressure transmitters, all other field instruments which are in our portfolio. Now see, here we are deploying the centralized SCADA systems. Now this is the beauty of our system where you can integrate our system with existing SCADA, RTO and PLC. Because most of the time what happens, the compatibility of the existing system is a key factor when you go for an upgradation or the improvement in the system. So here you see there is some of the ZPS, they are having already existing SCADA, RTO, PLC, and we are doing that. We are integrating to the centralized SCADA. And also ICCC integration, Integrated Command Control Center, which is a key factor. So that is also possible with our system. Now you see the tube wells and OHTs. OHTs, ELSR, overhead tanks, or the elevated level storage reservoirs. That also automation and everything we are managing. Smart energy meters, RTUs, then intake well management, WTP management, and distribution network. This is our solution, what we have offered. If you see, there are 3 WTPs which are managed. Then you have a OHTs. There are 47 OHTs which are spread with different zones, 5 zones. And there are 2 different source. It is taken care. And all the data are connected to the IWDMS and it is integrated with ICCC. This is what the solutions. What are the automation areas? We had done automation of 4 intake wells from Yamuna River, 3 WTPs, 47 OHTs, 67 existing tube wells and 25 new tube wells, 185 existing tube wells and feeder line. Now, what are the solutions we have provided? We have given us SCADA solutions with the help of PLCs, RTUs, Intelligent Water Distribution Management System, wall actuators, energy meter, asset life cycle management, electromagnetic flow meter, quality analyzers, IT infrastructures and communication, and mobile application as well. Now the integration essentials, what is there? We have taken all these taken into consideration of the existing GIS application, sensors, actuators, automatic valves, and RTU PLC. Now what are the target benefits? The objective of this project was to give the equitable water distribution to the different zones. That is there. They wanted a better control mechanism and forecasting and the management and decision support. How to manage the different zones with the water supply. That is also there. And enhance network monitoring and real-time monitoring of water quality. These are some of the advantages we are delivering with the help of this project. That's all from Yokogawa. Thank you.
May I, sir, kindly be on stage once again. I request Mr. Amit Mittalji. Please come on stage and felicitate, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
And after him, ladies and gentlemen, please do join me to welcome on stage Mr. Vidit Deshmukh, Product Sales Specialist, Autodesk, and Mr. Prabhu, Solution Specialist, Autodesk. Please join me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vidit Deshmukh.
So, good afternoon to everyone, and so first of all, thank you very much for taking your time and giving us this opportunity to let me take you to a journey what Autodesk water infrastructure is. And special thanks and special welcome to the Jal Sahelis, because being a water engineer, I understand the efforts being done by them and the efforts being put by them at a local level, which is very difficult for any of the stakeholder, and they are being taking this responsibility and doing it for us. It's very appreciable, and thank you so much for the same. So I represent Autodesk. Just to make it clear that it's not only a AutoCAD selling company. We are the global leaders in infrastructure softwares provider, and I belong to the Autodesk water infrastructure team. You can see our verticals. We have architecture, engineering, constructions, where you can design, model, and collaborate entire project related to infra, civil, water, and all the kinds of heavy infra projects. Then we have manufacturing unit, which deals with design and manufacturing. And lastly, we have media and entertainment, which are made for movie making, games, and uh, media entertainment. So what we have is majorly the industry where we stands is the first one is building, the second one is transport, and third one is water. So the discussion and topic of today is water. So let me just take you inside that. We provide complete full water life cycle management. And when I say full water life cycle management, we are available with our technology at the planning stage, design stage, build, which is known as execution stage, operation, maintenance, and monitoring. So Autodesk has a complete portfolio available for the complete project life cycle. And right from cloud to sea, as soon as the water falls from the cloud till its complete journey to the discharge to the natural bodies and lakes, we have solutions available. You can see, you can design a water structure with Autodesk. You can model and design stormwater and flood networks. You can design sustainable urban infrastructure, drainage infrastructures. You can model and design water distribution networks. You can do water quality modeling when it comes to complex sewer and sanitary sewers. And lastly, we have operation and maintenance, which deals with asset management and operation analytics of water treatment plants and sewerage treatment plants. So the reason being complete water life cycle management from cloud to sea. Now, what we bring to the Indian water industry is where we hold as a command, and why we are termed as a global leader in infrastructure software solutions, including water, is we have a strong GIS integration with all the kinds of software available with us, and which falls under Autodesk ecosystem. So Autodesk is already renowned, and it is already and widely and hugely accepted in not only globally but also in India, with our flagship softwares like AutoCAD, Civil 3D, and all. So it falls under Autodesk ecosystems, which gives the users a seamless experience through the entire project phase. Then we have advanced AI and machine learning tools, automation scripts, which you can do. We are the only one globally available who have this amount of capability. You can have both the options available with the products. In case if you want to do it as on-premise, you can run the softwares and models on-premise. And in case if you want to take it in the cloud, because just imagine if you are modeling a flood scenario for a city like Chennai or a city like Gurgaon, where the network and the area would be so large that simulation time would be so much that it might runs into days, 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days. So cloud capabilities is something which will reduce your time to almost 50% with Autodesk Water Infrastructure softwares. The next one is build a digital twin. Now, building a digital twin is it's very simple. In a very simple language, the physical model can be run, operated, and monitored through a digitally driven platform, which will sit in a control station, and the exact replica of your network will be created. It will give you seamless experience to monitor, operate, and run the entire project. The next one is project approval and collaborative efficiency. This is something which is the strength, which is the need of the hour to all the water professional, water engineers from India, which is collaborative environment. So we have a common data environment available with us. So two persons sitting at two different locations can work on the same project without hampering each other's data. You can tag it, you can check who has made what the changes, you can flag it, you can assign the authorities, and you can de-assign who should not be included in that part of the world, which ultimately saves 25 to 30% of your time, which is said by the customers to us, and it gives you good amount of good deliverables to be published. This is what we call it as common data environment. The project approvals becomes very easy, else you have to send a large amount of files through different platforms. The last one is model multiple scenarios. You can do all the kinds of what if conditions available in your project. What if the tank height is this? What if the outlet of the sewage treatment plant is this? What if the river level goes beyond that level? Everything can be done at once in one model itself. Collaboration between teams, I have already explained, and as looking after the time, I will just simply tell you how collaboration between the teams work is. You can see here, you have a single centralized multi-user database, which can be on-premise, which can be on cloud, and you can run the project smoothly. You can track the changes, which I have already mentioned, and you can flag the changes, like green color belongs to this person or this belongs to that person, so that entire project and the entire project stakeholders are on the same synchronization, which leads to increase the team productivity. So if everyone is working at a sync level, ultimately the team's productivity is increased, product outcomes are delivered at a faster rate with quality, and you have efficient model simulations available with us. So it's not just about modeling a water, sewer, or wastewater network. It's important to make it realistic, so that once the execution stage is arrived, when the ESPs are doing that thing on the site, it should be very relevant to what is done at the planning and design stage. So that is another advantage what we brings. We have Ruby scripts. You can run scripts and AI and machine learning tools, which will make your models auto-updated. Not every time you have to take the data from the site and the person will come and sit and do all those things. It's like auto-updated once you have the scripts available with us, and we are the only one who provides globally such advanced level tools, which leads to realistic operations. Because once you are taking the data from the site team and you are taking the data from the execution team, it becomes very difficult and it becomes a very tedious task to sit and do and all the things. And once you have Ruby scripts, your operations becomes very realistic, and you are accurately mimicking the exact operations which is going to happen once the execution is done inside your hydraulic model. Again, the solutions we cover is drainage, sustainable drainage, storm sewer flood modeling, water distribution, and asset management and operational analytics. So this is our key portfolio from industries. This is where we stand. It's a legacy of 35 plus years, being new to India, but still it's a legacy of 35 years. 60 plus countries have accepted these solutions, making our client base as 6,500 plus, whereas regions like United Kingdom are completely on Autodesk water infrastructures. The important thing about this is not about telling what the products are or what the things are. The severity and the complex and critical scenario of water as of now, whether we are in Gurgaon, Delhi, or Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, it is very important to bring some real life experiences and real life challenges which is already being done across the globe, wherever it is, because there is no harm in learning from anyone. and try to learn and implement those things to your scenario, because we understand that the scenario in Kerala might not be similar to the scenario in Haryana. So based on that, we have to bring that. Here are some of the case studies. This is one of the best case studies we have, where Autodesk BIM solutions, building information modeling, combining with Autodesk water infrastructure, has provided a dam, has considered a small town of Brazil, where big dam was modeled, where dam overtopping was taking place, dam break analysis was done, and millions of US dollars in infrastructures and the priceless lives were saved once this model was done, and a precautionary proactive flood mitigation plan was prepared. Then the case studies runs along. We deal with weather events, the flash floodings and unforeseen weather events, where we have the solutions and case studies available for that. We have reality captures, 3D modelings, and all the kinds of stuff available. So case studies is, it will go running and running, and major thing is to make an impact in the industry, making an impact, whether it is waterborne illness, whether it is damage to the infrastructure and lives due to floodings or any catastrophe, providing a sustainable urban drainage infrastructure so that our streets are clean for driving, walking, cycling, and what are the purposes they are made of. And we are here to help you, and we are here to get connected with all the authorities and decision makers to make this world a better place to live, because that is what Autodesk believes in. Autodesk believes in making things realistic. Autodesk believes in making world a better place to live, and water being a very critical and sensitive discussion. It's very important. You can see we have already saved millions of lives due to waterborne illness, which was happening across the globe, and we are replacing 100-year-old sewerage network, because I believe at some places in India it's more than 100 years. It is still in running condition, but it is not in a responsive condition. So it's a difference between running condition and responsive conditions. So that is what the crux of the need of the hour and the crux of the industry today is, as far as India and its conditions are considered. Of course, there is a lot being talked about cloud technology, so I will not go much into that deeper. But yes, cloud solutions are available. Pump, okay. Energy cost, which is actually a headache for the decision makers and the authorities, that how to reduce an energy cost. So realistic modeling, mimicking the exact operations of the systems, considering what is being required to the end user, which is all of us. Somewhere we are stakeholders, and some at the after office hours we are the users also for the same water and drainage systems. So how to reduce that energy cost is something which is again challenging. So we have that excellent case studies, and of course we have a booth here. Just as soon as you go out, we are happy to connect with you all and discuss this in detail. And just revising at the end, what we have seen, like construct water structures, do modeling, designing, sustainability, operations seamlessly on a already accepted ecosystem, that is Autodesk ecosystem, which is globally and nationally accepted. And thank you so much. I hope I have been in time, and I'm extremely sorry for being so fast, but we are here. I would be happy to serve and would be happy to connect with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for two reasons. First of all, the phenomenal presentation, and secondly, for completing it on time. May I request Mr. Ashok, sir, a distinguished personality here. So can you just come on stage and felicitate him? A round of applause, everybody. Please help me to welcome Mr. Vidit Deshmukh. Thank you very much. Well, after him, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed towards the next one from Schneider Electric. Please help me to welcome Amritanshu Kumar, Segment Head, Water and Wastewater, Greater India Zone, Schneider Electric. Thank you once again. Thank you. Thank you, Ashok, sir. Thank you, Vidit, sir. All over to you, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we all gathered here. Since morning, we are discussing what is the real need of having a sustainable water management. Because I feel personally, water is one of the critical aspects of our life, and it's scarce. Okay, so practically speaking, the thing which is moving towards the country is India is growing, and when we are going on a so rapid pace, that means we have certain things which are in a concern, and one of the key aspect of this is we are moving towards the sustainability of water, which is one of the important tasks, and we are also depleting these resources. So practically, there is a need to have the efficient management. So I feel, yes, there is a possibility that we can optimize and regulate our water management. And to do all this, innovation is required. So since morning we are discussing, ma'am has shared that how his experience of global versus Indian water management is entirely different. Okay, when we are talking of European cities working on 24/7, and in India we are talking the water is scarce. So practically there is a need of system, and to do this system, all these scarce resource need to be worked out in a fashion that we need to see how that efficient management can be done. I believe we all know that, and we are all not surprised that practically speaking, Indian industry water loss is approximately 40%. When we move, so we lost 40% of the water in the management of this. And it is not about losing the water in the network, but also we are stressing our water cycle, which is more stress. And also, because of this water cycle stress, we are also indicating the higher utilization of the energy. So practically speaking, we are adding more carbon to the environment, because whatever we are losing the water, we are exactly pumping, and similarly, we are adding more water into it. So in this, how Schneider see it, being we talk of digital and sustainable water management, we see it as a unique vision where we feel that sustainability can only come in place when we have efficient electrification and digitization of the water management. So it is not only that we will do the innovation on the digital water management, but also we need to have the holistic view how we are going to save the energy during this complete water management cycle. And technology can help us. So we can help in terms of reducing the energy efficiency, improving the energy efficiency, reducing the carbon losses, and also reducing the losses in the network management. And to do this, we have initiated a campaign. I would request my AV team to take you a 1-minute video, how Schneider is helping in terms of managing this complete water management solution, and then we'll go more detail into the complete solution. So can we have the video? So coming back to the presentation, we'll take it forward now. So if you, as you're seeing in the video that we talk, that any MLD of water which we are losing inside the network management, we are also losing some kilowatt of the energy, and we are pumping more carbon into the system. So what the campaign is all about is how we, it's not only how we can efficiently manage the complete water, but it is how sustainable we are making the complete environment, including electricity and water management together. So taking it forward, so basically, at Schneider, we believe sustainability is one of the key aspects of Schneider, where we talk of decarbonization, where we talk of reducing the environmental impact of our carbon footprints, and where we talk of making the complete system more efficient. So this is in line with the thought process of our corporate strategy. And I believe practically across the board, we are talking of sustainability as the key goal, making the carbon neutrality. Our Honorable Prime Minister also said that we wanted to go energy free in terms of the carbon neutrality with certain years of the goal. We in Schneider also have certain goals, and we are working in direction to that. But how we are helping our end users is something which is more important. So practically, the technology, what we bring on the table, along with the ecosystem of our partners, along with the consumers and the end users, we work in that direction. So if I talk, sustainability and resilient is one of the critical for human health. And as part of Schneider, we are also aligned towards the goal of all the UN goals which are talking of SDG 6, which talks of clean water and sanitation, where we talk of not only the clean water and sanitation, which is most similar to our Honorable Prime Minister, where he talks of Jal Jeevan Mission on the rural part of the country, and he talks of urban Amrut Mission as the urban part of the country, not only on the water management, but on also the sewage management, grey water management cycle. Then SDG 6, today we are talking how the innovation and digitization can work in the urban infrastructure. So practically, we are aligned toward SDG 6 goal, where we are making the digital network, digital information system more sustainable and more in that direction. Then SDG 9, which talks of human settlement and the infrastructure goals. So all these SDG goals, we are also aligned in terms of our initiatives. And the complete circularity, if you see, so we are not only in terms of the water management and the sewage management, but we talk on the complete circularity, which is tightly integrated with our solution. If I basket, so practically, when we talk, we need to be more sustainable in terms of our complete infrastructure. We need to be more resilient in terms of our complete infrastructure. But at the same time, there are certain industry challenges. And we all need to acknowledge that these are the industry challenges which all the end users and all the departments are facing in, day out. So what we did, we basket these number of challenges into 5 big baskets, where we talk of access to safe and adequate drinking water. This is one of the main challenges of all our departments in the country. Then we talk of capex. Capex is again, because everything costs. So it is not we are going to spend millions of dollars. It is how we are going to spend and what is the ROI which is coming in. So capex and revenue is more or less linked together. Then it is the workforce. The workforce is aging. As we grow older, practically the new people are coming, the older generation is moving out. So that is also one of the key challenge. And I feel in the water industry, the skill set what we have to run and operate the network and plants is still, there is a challenge in terms of their digital acumen and their thought process. So we are all working in direction. And the major, if I see, is one of the challenge when I say towards the decision maker is the information, is the data. Practically the world is now on data. So if I get the data in a form of data, it is no meaning to me, because nobody has so much time that to go through thousands of paper on a daily basis, and the data is coming every other day. Okay. So practically, information which can be bring into a form of analytics, information which can be bring into a form of actionable events is also one of the key challenges at the decision maker level. So we bucket these challenges, and to address these challenges, this is how our solution is designed. When we say smart water, okay, it's a buzzword, but it's a journey practically. If you really ask me, you cannot make your system smarter overnight. So it's a journey where you need to spend some years and months together. So we see that smart water has a 4 type of approach. I'm talking of 4, though it is written 5. I'll tell you why. Up till now, we were talking of operational efficiency, we were talking of asset management, we were talking of energy efficiency, and to a certain extent, we were talking of regulations. But as the world is moving, as the data is moving, okay, practically the word of cybersecurity is coming in, okay, and the data which is in the available, because when we talk of city level water management or a country level or a state level water management, that means I'm not going to run the fiber optic cable across the state. I cannot. Nobody can. So that means we are reliable on a data which is coming from a wireless source. It could be any. But then the question of issues coming in terms of the security. Okay, we have cyber attacks. People say the next cyber attack is on the water, and we all have seen couple of movies, Bollywood movies, where we see that how the water contamination can affect the complete city in few hours. So practically, cybersecurity is one of them. And to get everything together is one of the key things where we work in terms of the different aspects. So practically, if we say plant, we talk of energy efficiency and operational efficiency. Asset management, we talk of complete network. Regulations is the government, where we talk of contamination of the water, discharge of the water regulations, what is the BOD and COD of the treatment plant, what is the value of the pH we are in terms of the drinking. And then cybersecurity is talking in terms of ringing out everything together. So that is what is the higher level approach what we bring in. And when I say it's a journey, so practically we, as of now in the country, we are at a silo stage level, where one of my plant is not talking to another of my plant, where my pumping station is not talking to my OHTs or ESRs. Even if we say we have a command center in the city, but that command center is only bringing the real data. It is not bringing a context. So that is something we wanted to change and we wanted to address that. And we also understand in the same lines that this is a journey. It cannot be done. I cannot move from silo to enterprise level overnight. It's an investment, it's infrastructure change, everything. So why not to go slow and slow? So practically in India, a couple of municipals are on the advanced stage, yet to reach on an enterprise level. So they have the capability, they are thinking in that direction. So we work in that thought process, how I can integrate my complete infrastructure from raw water till the reusable water. So that is what is the overall circularity of the water talks about. And also this will help to improve your NRW, this will help to improve your energy optimization, this will help to improve your availability of the water to the consumer. So practically this is what we are talking. How it can be done? It can be done in a holistic view environment where we can, so if I see a command center looks like, the command center is just not giving you the data. Data is something which can be flown from people, from books and shown into the Excels. But how this data is more actionable? How I can create an action event out of that data so that I can improve my system efficiently. Because if I am having certain issues in my system yesterday, how I can improve that issues moving forward. So that is the actionable event we are working off. So it's not only talk of data, it also talk of your real-time GIS view. It also talk of your asset view in terms of your real-time camera view of your asset. It also talks of your analytics, and it also gives you actionable event in terms of that. So if we say it, and these are all the building blocks. So if I need to improve my infrastructure of the city, we should have the vision of building the infrastructure which is more sustainable. So I'm not saying that we need to do everything in one go. You can have a right building block at the right time, but the base should be. So practically speaking, if I spending some 1,000 crore today, how that 1,000 crore can be convertible into few hundred crore adding the same infrastructure. So that is the more efficient. And we say if we do it efficiently and operationally well, we will help you to save your energy, we will help you to optimize your efficiency and improve your efficiency by certain percentages, though we claim certain percentages, but it is more towards the, and I can give you a live example. We were working with one of the Indian municipal organization for a sewage treatment pumping station. So there are two pumping stations of the same capacity. When we say to customer that we help you to optimize your energy on the sewage, they said it's not possible. We have said, give us a pilot. So with the same set of pumping station, customer themselves, they say 40% of the energy. We don't claim, even if my slides say, we are talking of 15 to 20% on a practical. So this is where we say that if we do it in a proper step-by-step manner, will help our customers to save energy. And how we will do it? So this is the broad architecture. I'm not going to spend time because we have the complete demo wall over there, which will be more easy, and we have physical hardware and software available in the display area, which will be. But just to give you, the blue line which is there is the plant assets, and this plant asset is going to be connected with the different layers of the solution, which brings the holistic view of your decision making. So this is how we help him. Then we talk of the new thing which we are all discussing is NRW, how we will manage. So NRW is nothing but the non-revenue water which is there in the city. But practically, to do this NRW, we need to have a couple of things, which is more of a network management, which is more of a leak management, and how my plant is working and how my network is working. So it is an integration of a lot of data. So we call it as a digital twin for water, where you have the plant data, where you have the plant performance, where you have the network demand and network data together coming in, and it will give you a real-time scenario of your complete city. So this is something which we are working on and also implementing in a couple of cities in the country. Globally, we have done a lot of projects on that, but India is gaining in that perspective of 24/7 pressurized water management. So we are working in that direction. In terms of our presence in India, I am proud to say that we are present in all the major municipal organizations in the country. We have almost 10 plus city water management projects running in the country. We have the first smart city in the country, which is inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, which is the complete city water management, not only on the water, but on the traffic, on the electricity, on the surveillance, complete running on the Schneider solution. And then we are working with all the end users in the country. In terms of our footprints globally, we are a French company. We are around 36 billion euros kind of a company in the globe. We have two major product going into the market. One is the automation, which we are talking, and one is the energy, which we are talking on the digital front. And if you see the important point, we invest 5% of our revenue in the R&D. And I'm proud to say that India is one of the global R&D center for the country. We are 35,000 employees in the country, having 30 factories inside the country, supporting Make in India initiative of our government. And then we have out approximately 4,000 R&D staff sitting in the different part of the country to do the R&D, and not only on the product, but on the also solutions. So whatever solutions we bring on the market, is it all tested, validated. So what we request and we say that to make the complete water management more sustainable, smarter, let us work together and step together and join hands together in terms of making it more sustainable. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you just be on stage just for a minute? And may I request Mr. A round of applause for sir, first of all, everybody. And can I request Mr. Aman Mittal, IAS,
Joint CEO, Maharashtra Institution for Transformation, Mitra. Kindly be on stage and felicitate, sir. And after him, ladies and gentlemen, we gonna welcome here on stage by Scott Byfield, Business Development Team, US, Grunfors. Is he here? Mr. Scott Byfield. Yes, sir. All over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. First, I just want to say thank you so much for having me today. Thank you for welcoming me to your wonderful country. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. It's a true honor, and I'm so happy to be here. Today, I'm here to represent Grundfos. We are a pumping solutions provider, primarily a manufacturer of pumps and controls. However, we have a unique perspective, and that is that we build our products to pioneer solutions for the world's water and climate challenges with a strong focus on improving people's quality of life. So we do this both through our products as well as through our business structure, and I'll show you a little bit more about how that takes place. So Grundfos started back in 1945 in a Danish gentleman's basement where he built a irrigation pump that solved the water needs of his community. And this idea of building our products to solve water problems is still in our DNA. This is our driving force. We build products to solve water problems with key themes of sustainability built in. So we came to India in 1997. We have now grown from that small basement in Denmark to 20,000 plus employees. We now produce about 16 million products per year. And one unique aspect about Grundfos is that 87.6% of our company is owned by a foundation. I'll explain the implications of this foundation ownership in just a few minutes. So sustainability is truly at the heart of everything that we do. And there are really three sustainability themes that drive us as Grundfos. Number one is emissions reduction. So decarbonizing the flow of water, both through efficient pumping products, as well as providing products that can accept multiple forms of energy, including solar power. Second key theme for us is water access. So providing safe access to water for people in need through water solutions and through partnerships. And third is circular business. So embedding circularity and becoming a sustainable organization ourselves in our own manufacturing process, in our own business. So I'd like to show just a quick snapshot of our product portfolio. First on the left is the SQ Flex pump. This is a submersible solar water pump that is often considered the most reliable high-tech solar pump on the market. We also offer a range of controllers. These will accept both grid power and DC power. We also manufacture highest efficiency pumps and motors on the market, as well as other products like the AQ Tap. So this is a water ATM that enables rural water communities to have a sustainable supply and transactional interface. So you can see that this is just a snapshot of our product portfolio, but you can see that within each of these products, we focus on sustainability, we focus on efficiency, alternative energy sources, and solving problems. We don't just build products just to build them, we build them with a purpose. I mentioned the Grundfos Foundation, which is a majority owner of Grundfos. So we have, the Grundfos Foundation owns 87.6% of the company and therefore receives 87.6% of the profits generated by Grundfos. So the majority of this profits that go into the Grundfos Foundation are then redeployed and reinvested through philanthropic projects back into those key goals, sustainable goals for us, like water access, like efficiency. So here's just some information about some of the donations from the Grundfos Foundation and how it's been impacted here in India. So first off, just as an overview, 3.1 billion INR was donated through philanthropic projects by the foundation in 2023 globally. And then here are highlighted two projects that we funded in India. The first one is Hand in Hand India project, which we donated 3.6 million INR. And the second is the India Water Project, which there was a contribution from the foundation of 190 million INR. And so I'll go into a bit more detail about this India Water Project, how we used our products, how we used our philanthropic arm in order to really make an impact on our ambitions. So the India Water Project started in 2014 in partnership with Sunlit Future and other local development NGOs. The original intention was to bring 100 villages drinking water at the inhabitation level using those SQ Flex solar pumps. However, the project was so successful that it's continued on today. So we've far exceeded the 100 village goal, and we've now reached about 618 villages. The project is ongoing right now. It's in 8 states within India, and we've reached approximately 36,000 households. So this is just an example of how we can utilize our products, our innovative products that can use alternative energy sources that are highly efficient. We can then combine it with our philanthropic arm, and we can really make an impact on some of these global water challenges. So we've recently increased our focus, not just on water access, not just on efficiency, but now we're looking very closely at water supply management. So water supply management, of course, is promoting the sustainable use of water resources through the technology, partnerships, research, and education. So how can we both develop our products and utilize the philanthropic arms of our organization in order to bolster water supply management within our markets globally? Of course, there are we know now that the causes of this water supply management challenge, with increasing degradation of water quality, groundwater levels decreasing globally, and 75% of the population anticipated to be affected by drought by 2050. So the key here is we at Grundfos, we're here to learn, we're here to listen. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for groundwater management globally. So we are here to learn what is the need of the market here so that we can come up with a sustainable solution and build a better future together. Thank you very much.
Well, 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 thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request once again, Ashok, sir, can you just help us to felicitate, sir? Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Now, after him, may I request Mr. Pratul Saxena, Project Director, Atal Bhajul Yojana, Department of Water Resources, River Development. Please, sir, be on stage, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Pratul Saxena. Mr. Pratul Saxena ji. Is he here? Mr. Pratul Saxena for the next session. All right, and after that, we will be having the panel discussion. The topic is building resilient and sustainable water management ecosystem through technology. And for that, we have some distinguished speakers among us. So ladies and gentlemen, be ready to witness the best, because in this particular session, we are covering, I think, 3-4 topics together, and which is very relevant with all of us. Mr. Pratul Saxena, is he here? Is coming. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope not only physically but mentally also we are here. What do you say?
Hello, everybody. Before the man comes, hi, everyone. Hello. Can you just put your hands up in the air if you're having a good day here? Yes. If you're having an excellent day, put right hand up in the air. And if you're having one memorable day, can you just put both hands up in the air? Can we do that? Let me see. This is a democratic country, so we have to see the voting. If you're having a memorable day, a really productive day, can you just put both hands up in the air? Both hands up in, lovely. And now I'm giving you one technique. If you are, in office or in day-to-day life, you're really busy and you're sitting at one place for like more than 2 hours or 3 hours, put both hands up in the air. Yes. And when I will say hi, you just have to say hi. When I will say hello, you have to say hello. And when I will say namaste, you have to greet me namaste. Okay, can we do that? And you're gonna see the effect. Actually, you're gonna feel the effect. Can you put both hands up in the air, everybody? Everybody, everybody, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi, everyone. Namaste, everyone. No, so this was actually, you don't have to use the sound, the vocal, but you have to use the hands. And that's the actual exercise. Let's do this one more time, everybody. Put both hands up in the air. Yes. Hi. No, you don't have to say. That's a challenge. Hi. No, you don't have to say. That's a challenge. Hi. Hello. Hello. Namaste. Hi. Hello. Namaste. Are you feeling better? Yes or no? Thank you. So let's quickly proceed towards next panel discussion. As I mentioned before, the topic is building resilient and sustainable water management ecosystem through technology. In order to moderate this session, please help me to welcome Dr. Shruti Sharma, Terry School of Advanced Studies. Kindly to join us on stage. Mr. Aman Mittal, IAS, Joint CEO, Maharashtra Institution for Transformation Mitra. Mr. Aman, to join us on stage. Dr. Pihu Francis, IAS, Joint Managing Director, Kerala Water Authority. Dr. Mukesh Kumar Sinha, Chairperson, Godavari River Management Board. Mr. Anupam Mishra, Director, Commercial and HRD, WAPCOS. Mr. Nalin Kumar Srivastava, Deputy Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Government of India. DP Mathuria, Chief Engineer, PDO, Central Water Commission, Government of India. Vishwadeep Ghose, Country Director, Water for People, India. Scott Byfield, Business Development Team, US Grundfos. Well, also we have Shiv Mohan Dikshit ji, Dr. Sunish Buksi ji, Mr. Ranjan Kumar, Dr. D.S. Pai, Mr. Ramveer Tanwar, and Mr. Sanjeev Siri. Mr. Ranjish D, Consulting Editor, APAC News Network. Okay, so I think the last set of names, you just wait, you can just wait for a couple of minutes. I request the moderator, as we are waiting for, I think, 2 more speakers, but we can start as of now. They will join us. Moderator, Dr. Shruti Sharma.
Okay.
All
Thank
over
you
to you,
so
ma'am.
much.
Just to
Yeah.
request, firstly, just try to wrap it on time, because I think we are coming in between lunch and the day. And also, I think before the speakers join us, just to try to just make it interactive with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for setting up the context. And I understand all of us are time constrained here. So we will try to wrap up in 20 minutes. A very important topic, the panel discussion is on. And we have very senior people in the panel with me. The topic is building resilient and sustainable ecosystem through smart technologies. And to begin with the panel discussion, I would like to quote what Albert Einstein said, that we cannot solve our problems by the thinking we used when we created them. So the problem, I think all of us have spoken about it since morning, the problems related to climate change, the problems, when we talk about climate change, I think in Hindi, climate is Jal Vayu. So everything is centered around Jal and Vayu here. And that is what our panel discussion is all about. We've been talking about technology as an enabler in solving the problem of climate change. And the benign technologies, I think, excellent. We saw an excellent technology presentation before this panel discussion. And I would just start with questions here. And I would like to start with Mr. Raman Mittal. And I would like to ask you that what is your vision of water management in India? And how do you see the contribution of smart technologies?
As far as water management is concerned, I think we're all on a consensus that technology is going to form the backbone for water management and reduction of losses. But when I have to be very specific in terms of water management, there are 3 things which are going to be very, very important. One is that water is not going to remain free, but we will never be able to take 100% of the cost of generating water. So we will have to come to some kind of a mid-path consensus where we will have to subsidize somewhere, either the electricity cost or generation costs, and people will have to start understanding that they cannot have extremely low rates of water throughout. So there has to be an optimum that will have to be generated. Second point is water infrastructure will, in the long run, have to be a very important part of the core infrastructure, because when we talk about infrastructure right now, it's a lot to do with roads and highways. But I guess when we look at the creation of water infrastructure, that is probably one of the most expensive components of infra. When we look at JJM, which was something like 5 or 7 lakh crores, or probably it's going to go around 10 lakh crores. So I think, and that will probably have to be put in probably every 20-25 years. So that is going to be the second part of it. So all your infra, long-term infra projects will have to have a component of water infra into it, which will have to be redone every 20-25 years, and that has to be a capital intensive cost that cannot be borne by the public generally. And third is that public, and last I think the public institutions will have to become more accountable, because such high levels of non-revenue water, there was a time when uh, we did not pay for electricity too much. Then we had the Electricity Act coming up, and then all the private players came in, and we see a great reduction in power losses. So same thing is probably going to happen, maybe not now, maybe 10 years from now, we'll have a lot of private participation and more public accountability to our public institutions.
Very important. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just interrupting. We have Dr. Binu Francis, IAS Joint Managing Director, Kerala Authority. Welcome, sir, on stage. And we are also being joined by Mr. Nalin Kumar Srivastav, Deputy Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga. Welcome on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I welcome the panelists for joining the panel discussion. And let me actually start from where Mr. Aman Mittal left the conversation. And he spoke about the role of public-private partnership. Very crucial. I mean, we look at developing an ecosystem of water management in India. A government has a very big role to play, and that is what I would like to ask, Dr. Mukesh here, that what kind of role does government has and international bodies they have in creating a very conducive environment to create a water management system here in India? Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll be joined by two more panelists. Welcome Pratul Saxena, Project Director, Atal Bhujal Yojana, Department of Water Resources and River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Welcome, sir. And we would also like to welcome Dr. D.S. Pai, Scientist G and Head of Agrometeorology and Hydrometeorology of IMD. Welcome, Dr. Pai. Can we have Dr. Pai? Thank you.
Yes.
As you all know, the government role is of governance and facilitator, role of a facilitator. The water crisis has been on the agenda of the government since long, immediately after independence also. And that's why, in fact, the ultimate policy body, that is the Water Development Council, was constituted also by the erstwhile Planning Commission. We in the Ministry of Water Resources are now renamed as Ministry of Jal Shakti, has already made water policies, first in 1986, which was revised in 92, and then again an extensive consultation process was taken up in 2011. In 2012, we have the National Water Policy. The further review is ongoing, but so far that Policy 2012 is in force, and that is there. So government has laid out its policy directions in all the way. The prime objective is, of course, enabling environment. The key factors are, of course, the water conservation and basin management. In fact, many of the things has been talked during inauguration and another part also. The 5 key factors on the government is focusing on is, of course, water conservation. All the Jal Jeevan Mission and other things are there. The second part towards our
It is not audible. Okay, fine. I think fine. So first is, of course, water conservation, which is there. The government has taken many steps in that direction. Uh, Second step was to reach out to the people, and that's why the policy laid down emphasis, and now the government has taken up Jal Jeevan Mission in a big way. In fact, it is one of the biggest, largest policy in terms of investment, 3.5 lakh crore every year it's going. We have made a success a lot in this part. Another, so many other schemes have been touched upon. I mean, it is not it will take again a full complete day on that if I go on all the schemes which have taken up. Broadly, like aquifer management is then, irrigation development concept is there. In fact, to summarize that, I will just take you, because you must be aware about Maslow's law of hierarchy of needs. So as our status grows up, our needs changes. And that is what has gone in the water sector in our country also. Immediately after independence, we went for Roti Kapda Makan. And that was the era of Nehru Gandhi, where the focus was on giving the food security, water security, and the housing sector was there. The second stage we went into for, which was during the first NDA government of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Bijli Sarak Pani. So focus was on road construction and water supply over there. After the Modi government came, the focus was on Avarilta, Nirmalta, and Swachhta. That total sanitation campaign, Swachhta, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, all that is started. The second phase started with Jal Jeevan Mission, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, another part. And now we are in the Modi 3-phase era, where we have to go for environment, friendly sustainability, and other part. In that context, the leveraging technology becomes very important. We have got many success stories. In fact, all the technology presentation is there. They have presented the best of the technologies are available in India also. It's not that we are devoid of the technology. We have the technology, but there's a need to upscale and universalize it. And for that, we have to, I mean, government is working towards it. Of course, parallelly, a realization is also coming up, because technology is driven by economics. Unfortunately, water sector has not seen the economic infusion. And this is very much, I mean, the government, at least the government officers are sensitive towards that part. But the political compulsions of free water, free electricity is putting us back. But we are trying to continue with our persuasive effort with the political masters so that they understand these aspects. I tell you, when, in fact, I was associated with National Water Policy formulation. So the moment I proposed, because at that time Dublin conference was there and water was described as economic good. So I proposed a chapter on water pricing. There is a chapter. Then immediately my minister called me and said, do you want me to be kicked out? I mean, you are proposing a pricing factor. It is highly political sensitivity. I said, let us look at it from the different perspective. So I organized a conference with the Panchayati Raj institution and the cabinet minister. So let the lower level political functionary present and speak what they want. We had for regional conferences, I mean, north side, west side, and all the sides. And I tell you, the outcome of that conference was really eye-opening kind of things. The entire Panchayati Raj institution, the farmers, they were coming with the CDs, very openly telling, we don't mind pricing, give us water. And that was the loud and clear message. We recorded it and we presented to the cabinet that presentation, what was there. Even the cabinet, which was a political taboo of pricing, I mean, they listened to it and accepted. And that's why the National Water Policy has a chapter on water pricing. So we do agree that pricing subject or economics is a political sensitiveness, but water is such a item which is, I mean, you can't just do about it.
Absolutely.
And that's why this is coming up, and probably I look forward to more and more now water use efficiency is coming. For there also we need economy. So we are working towards that direction.
And I think in the morning we saw a presentation from Mr. Angelo about water credits.
So that's, again, when you talk about water pricing, that's also one of the things where we are moving, besides water being a listed commodity in New York Stock Exchange. So that's, I think, where the economics of water is. From here, I would like to move on to Mr. Biswadeep, and I would like to ask you a question that how do you think smart technologies have revolutionized the water management system in recent years? And can you specify any examples?
Thank you, Shruti. And to the audience here, especially my sympathies. 2 बज गए हैं, बाहर खाना ठंडा हो रहा है, and I really feel bad. But thank you for the privilege. I think I am the only CSO NGO representative. तो हमारा काम basically communities के साथ है primarily. We are not a technology organization, but we are very keen that technology be used to empower communities for them to take decisions and for them to be able to manage their water. So technology important. Before we come to technology, when I was listening to the other speakers in the morning, it was very clear. I think a person from Israel also said that हमारे यहाँ problems are localized, right? So much of the drinking water agriculture is all dependent on groundwater. Groundwater का जो system है, जो regime है in aquifers, it is occurs very differently in different places. So one size fit solution वहाँ काम नहीं करता. We work in Bengal, for example, Sundarbans है in the same state, and Birbhum. Sundarban में it's a flood-prone area. There is salinity problem. There is water quality. वो माला देवी बोल रही थी. On the other hand, in the same state, Birbhum में 12 में से 2 महीना there is no drinking water because it's arid. There is depletion of groundwater. So what works in Birbhum will not work in Sundarban, for example. So the solutions, what we try to see, it is decentralized or groundwater management के लिए, because the model draft groundwater bill भी जो आया है, it recognizes groundwater as a common pool resource which needs to be managed by the community in a decentralized way. तो इसलिए how do you do that? 6 लाख गांव है हमारे यहाँ. 6 lakh villages will have to make their own water security plans that will tell them the quantity of water they have available with them, which includes surface water, groundwater, based on which they have to decide on the allocations. So, when you try to do things at scale, you can't do it without technology. That is where we have seen in our own work how technology can act as an enabler for scale. और ये प्रयोग, I think, प्रतुल जी जब बात करेंगे अटल भूजल योजना में, it has been demonstrated at scale. 8,500 पंचायत में, I think, people have been able to demonstrate that how water needs to be managed in a decentralized manner, and how technology plays the role of an enabler.
So I think, thank you. And I think, let me ask Mr. Pratul this question, because you spoke about that you worked in this area. So what are the challenges you feel is there, in adaptation of these smart water management technologies at scale?
So, just to give you a brief outline of what we are doing in Atal Bhujal Yojana. I mean, in the earlier sessions, we had discussions about how groundwater is playing a very vital role. And because of this role, there is a extraction which has now reached in certain areas to an unsustainable levels. So we at the Ministry of Jal Shakti, it was decided that we now need a paradigm shift from development of groundwater resources to management of groundwater resources. And for that, the task was very well defined. First, you involve the communities.
Second, you have convergence with other schemes, either central or state. Third, go in for some technological adaptations and harness the power of data. Data should be demystified, easily understood by the community. It should be democratized, collected by the community, understood by the community, and decentralized. We don't want a central agency to gather the data. You strengthen the community, you build their capacities, you provide them the requisite equipment so that they are able to, take the data from different sources, whether it is water level data, the water quality data, the rainfall data, data from extraction through water flow meters, and all of those things. So as a pilot, although at a scale, we took this scheme in 7 states, around 80 districts, some 230 blocks, and around 8,200 gram panchayat. One of our focus was the involvement of women in this thing. So Atal Bhujal Yojana mandates around 30% women involvement in the what we call as participatory groundwater management committees. And of those, in those committees, 20% women should be in a leadership role, either the chairperson, the vice chairperson, or the treasurer. So based on these things, the women involvement right now is 33% in those village and water sanitation committees, and around 20% are in a leadership role. To harness the power of community, we engaged CSOs, NGOs who handhold with the communities. And through these CSOs and NGOs, communities themselves prepared a water budget, which was an account of how much water is available and how much water is required. And based on this data, they prepared a water security plan, which included interventions, both supply side and demand side, through which this gap between availability and requirement should be bridged. Those interventions were to be implemented through convergence of different schemes. And this should have been, this should bring about a change in the behavior level of the communities. So this is the background, and for this, the technological adaptation which we did, we have prepared a Atal Jal portal, and Atal Jal MIS, and an Atal Jal mobile app. So this mobile app which we have is both, this can be used both for data generation, data collection, as well as for data dissemination. So we have got the data for around 8,200 gram panchayats, and we are thinking of further scaling it up. So for a particular gram panchayat, you can have a look at the water level for the past few years, the water quality data, and that data has been converted into information, whether the groundwater levels are falling, what is the water quality looks like, is it potable or not. We also have a summary of all the artificial recharge and water conservation structures situated in that gram panchayat. We have the location of rain gauges, the location of water flow meters, and we also have the water security plan. And anyone with this mobile app, which is available both in Android and iOS platform, can have a look. As far as public acceptability is there, yes. I mean, it can be because the states which were selected were mostly water-stretched states. So the community there knew the importance of water, and in particular the groundwater. And that acceptability was there.
That's
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful to know. And I think very rightly you've highlighted this point that it has to be anything to be sustainable. It has to be inclusive and affordable. I think that is what was highlighted by what you mentioned. Anything to scale up or to be sustainable. So with this, I in fact want to ask Dr. Binu Francis the next question. And I would like to ask you, sir, what kind of policies and regulatory frameworks are required, to support smart technology in our water management system?
Okay, thank you. In Kerala, that's I am representing. So Kerala Water Authority is the sole agency for distribution of supply of production and supply of water, including sewerage collection and disposal in a scientific way. As per the constitutional mandate, it is the local body to supply the same. But in Kerala, that's Water Authority is doing the same. Okay, we are mainly focused on urban area. Nowadays, after Jal Jeevan Mission, we are also focusing on rural area. Almost 50% of the household is in already covered. Okay. Then coming to water authority, that's we have statutory board. This we are a statutory body, and it has been in 1984. That's we have an act. So it is a statutory body. All the policies and almost all the regulations are supported by some regulations and rules. Since some mandatory authority is going to the water authority, almost all the policies are backed by the some rules and regulations, including tariff and change of tariff and different categorization of customers and how the connections are given and what is the mechanism for revenue collection. These are governed by the rules. Since enforceability is there, there should be some law, there should be some rules, then only we can enforce the same, including the revenue recovery. Okay. Then recently we have 3 rules and regulations. One is there are a number of private tankers. They are supplying water. They are sourced from different sources. Maybe sometimes from the water authority's treated source, sometimes maybe from the lake or some rivers, which may be sometimes polluted. So we have issued a notification to regulate the water tankers should be registered and they should source the water from the authorized vending point of the water authority only. And all the vehicles are monitored with the GPS system. So these kind of regulatory system should be there to regulate. Since once the water is not a scarcity thing, plenty of water is there, and many these waterborne diseases are there. So water supply should be regulated and should be either if it may be through a private agency or some government agency, but there should be some regulator. See, in power sector we have regulator. Since it has been privatized, some private entities are there. In many states, still this water supply is to the government agency. So if it is privatized, then there should be some regulator, a government on regulator to regulate all these things. Since water supply plays a vital role in all sectors, the industry, maybe in the normal life of ordinary people, it should be regulated by the government agency, for which some kind of policy should be there. Its policy should be backed by the laws. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, you've highlighted the importance of governance. I think everything starts from governance and regulation somehow, as far as the behavior change is concerned.
One more thing, this regulatory means to not to regulate, but facilitate and equip, even if it is a private agency. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for highlighting the importance. I would like to ask now Mr. Anupam Mishra that what yeah, I know. Yeah, give me some time. That what kind of strategies can be employed to include all the stakeholders, community, in for the water management practices? So Mr. Anupam Mishra is not here, I believe. Okay. So I think, sir, can I ask you this question? That what kind of strategies can we employ to include all the stakeholders, communities?
See, water management, again, I think would need to be approached comprehensively when we are looking at any system. And particularly in the context of when we are looking at the water management in any, I would say, administrative boundary, the most important part which needs to be addressed is that how it is connected to river.
because ultimately the source of water is river flowing through that district. And why I'm saying this is because I come from National Mission for Clean Ganga, and how this river water can be reused, recycled to bring out, I would say, if we increase the water use efficiency is one of the most fundamental tasks which we need to kind of take over. And that is why now we are trying to integrate river management plan with water conservation plan of the district, so that we have one comprehensive approach for water management within the administrative boundaries of a district, where we focus on various water bodies, rejuvenation of water bodies. We focus on what are the areas where we need to kind of work upon to ensure that the water is used efficiently. One of the very important components in that is how we define the reuse water policy. Like, water can be reused in power sector, water can be reused in agriculture sector, and these are all bulk consumers. So we need to see that how these bulk consumption can be regulated so that water is available for everybody. And to facilitate this process, the technologies which are there and how we can make this water suitable for the particular use, we need to work that out, and technology can play a big part in it. And as many of the speakers have pointed out, data is also one of the very important components in that. We need to have a proper modeling and a data system which can support this entire process. And there is a need for river management plan and water conservation plan to be looked at comprehensively, so that we are able to kind of look at the sustainable solution for water management in the entire district and city where we are talking.
Thank you so much. Very relevant point. In fact, I would like to ask Scott that what do you think is the importance of research and development in this field?
Yes, thank you. I think there are, from a technology and solutions provider perspective, there are really two main perspectives here. That is, one, we need to provide the tools so that we can enhance the regulations and the rules that are already being put in place and the strategies that are in place. So we need to be able to, as industry, we need to be able to provide reliable, affordable tools that can help to enable and facilitate and promote the sustainable use of groundwater. Then secondly, we also need to strive with innovation in order to create new solutions that can challenge and drive new ideas for groundwater management, that we can bring new ideas to the table on how we can approach sustainable groundwater use. So not only bolster the regulations that are in place now through easy to use, affordable tools, but also drive innovation and keep pushing the limits of aquifer management and sustainability through technology.
Thank you so much, Scott, for that. And now one last question of the panel discussion, sir, I'd like to ask you that what do you think are the important measures and indicators to create a sustainable water management ecosystem?
See, first of all, thank you for giving me an opportunity. I come from India Meteorological Department.
Wonderful, sir. Very right. Very valid question to you, sir.
Yeah. So our main objective is that service is to provide weather and climate information to various sectors, including water sector also, in managing that, in fact. So it's an early warning system, which we make use of all the latest technology and give a prior information about what is likely to weather that have a big impact on the water management. So now linking to my department, today's topic, resilient and sustainable water. When you say sustainable water means you have to provide enough water, you make available enough water to all the sectors like agriculture or municipal, this one, or power generation, irrigation, everything. Now, sometimes what happened is that even in spite of all the infrastructure is there for distribution, water distribution, SOP, all the rules, everything is there. Sometimes you have to make a decision making, like say, for example, in one city, there is a water shortage because of lack of rainfall. Whether you have to provide water to be for irrigation purpose, whether agriculture purpose to be provided, or you have to preserve this water only for civil. So the priority SOP and all that will be there. So how to will decide? So for that, you need an early warning system. You know that rainfall is the main source of water in many times. So rainfall, whether there will be continuous rainfall or if there is a forecast is there. If there is no forecast, then you have to limit the water. Sometimes you know that we control the supply for 1 hour in certain cities like Mumbai, Delhi, etc. And also sometimes also for agriculture purpose itself, when to irrigate and when not to irrigate, even when you apply fertilizers, if there is a chance of rainfall. So while you do also distribution or using the water in a sustainable manner, some certain decisions to be made. For that, early warning is necessary, and also to take care of your infrastructure for distribution of water, like dam itself. Whether if a lot of rainfall is there, whether it will break, or in the downstream that can cause a flood, etc. So that is where IMD works on that. We have latest technology for all kind of components of early warning system, like for observing rainfall using satellite radar and automatic weather radars throughout the country. And then using this data, make latest models. We have got a supercomputing system where you make all kind of forecasts at different levels, and ultimately disseminating all this forecast alerts, advisories, tailor-made advisories to various sectors, depending on that, using we have got a Mausam app, mobile app is there, SMS way. So you might have seen that lightning or heavy rainfall, you get SMS in your mobile. So this type of all kind of latest technologies being used, and we actually try to support the appropriate, efficient management of water. Lack of time, I don't want to go detail into that. Everybody is waiting for lunch, and organizers have got their own problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful, the measures and indicators. And I think this brings us to an end of a very fruitful and insightful deliberation, though I think we were time constrained, but there were very good insights which were brought, right from leveraging smart technologies to adaptation of water management services to resilient infrastructure, to engaging communities and all the stakeholders, to scale up the operations, and the importance of research and development and the policy and framework. So again, I feel we need to have more such panel discussions, which brings us the science, policy, and practitioners together, for the co-production of knowledge is what I think. So thank you to all my distinguished panelists, and thank you so much the opportunity given by our for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Well, let's have a group photograph together. I request all the panelists and moderator. And meanwhile, I will request Mohanty ma'am kindly be on stage with the token of gratitude for the panelist and the moderator. Mohanty ma'am, please be on stage. And after this, we will have one fireside chat with Mr. Rajneesh D, Consulting Editor, APAC News Network. I will hand over the stage to him. So the next fireside chat will be not more than 10-15 minutes. After that, we will immediately open the lunch. Pratul Saxena ji, let's start with him. Vishwadeep. Vishwadeep Bhose ji. Nalin Kumar Srivastava ji. Vishwadeep Bhose ji. Salim Kumar ji. Our dear moderator, Shruti ji. Dr. Mukesh Kumar Sinha, Dr. Binu, Mr. Aman Mittalji, Dr. D.S. Parichi. And Mr. Scott. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, our esteemed panelists and our lovely moderator. A round of applause for them, everyone. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Okay, I request everybody just be seated for the fireside chat with Mr. Rasneesh.
This session is over. Before we start with the chat,
Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh in 80 districts, 229 blocks, and around 8,213 Gram Panchayat. The approach was very simple, sustained and systematic IC campaign, capacity building, inclusion of vulnerable groups and women. And through this, preparation of a water budget and water security plan by the community. The water budget is the account of availability of water, including groundwater, surface water, and the total requirement. And the water security plan is a document on how the community proposes to bridge this gap between availability and requirement by suggesting some measures, which can be either supply side, which augment the quantity of water, or demand side, which puts a restriction on the quality, on the quantity of water. These interventions are implemented through a convergence of different central and state schemes. And we also have a cadre of local person, around 10,000, we call them as a community resource persons, which, collect the data, make it comprehensible, involve the community, and sensitize them on various issues. And this is leading to a behavior change in the communities towards how the groundwater should be managed. For gender equity, Atal Jal, it mandates 20% women participation in village and water sanitation committee, against which we have already achieved around 33%. 15% of these women should be in a leadership role, and we have got about 20% women in leadership roles in Atal Jal. Around 48% should be direct program beneficiaries. At present, we have around 42% women as direct program beneficiaries, and the same number are benefiting from demand side measures. Here, I would like to highlight a special initiative taken by Haryana, which came as a pleasant surprise to us, in which for their entire Gram Panchayat, they have taken Bhujal Sahelis as community resource persons. The role of these Bhujal Sahelis is to act as a liaison between the community and the groundwater management initiatives, and the responsibility is to educate, mobilize, and facilitate community participation in Atal Bhujal Yojana. These are the vehicles for community engagement. Initially, we had a strategic partnership with leading CSOs and NGOs who helped us in preparing various content on capacity building, the frameworks, the modules, and all of that. We picked Gram Panchayat as the basic unit of the government interface. We have engaged around 155 NGOs for handholding the communities. And for us, cornerstone was the village water sanitation committee and the participatory groundwater management committees. We also provided requisite equipment for monitoring of groundwater levels, groundwater quality, the extraction, and of course, the rainfall. Build this resilient system through promotion of water use efficiency, through drip, sprinkler, and underground pipelines, recharge of aquifers through check dams, contour burns, cave-in structures, promotion of crop diversification, and involving the local community in participatory planning and management, and thus building a model of self-regulation. These are some of the field photographs about a sprinkler system, drip, promotion of direct seeding of rice. And the focus is, of course, away from supply side interventions to demand side interventions. This is what I was talking about, a technology adoption, the Atal Jal web portal, the management information system, and the Atal Jal mobile app. So this is a further glimpses of the Atal Jal mobile app. On the face, the very basic is you can select the state of your interest, the district, the block, or the Gram Panchayat, and an overview of this will come on the screen, first screen. Then you can drill down deeper into the wells which have been registered for monitoring of groundwater level, quality, location of water flow meters, the rain gauges, and various artificial recharge water conservation structures. Hydrograph is also shown if you select a particular well, and the water quality information about the potability is also there. So we have also, trying to introduce some new technologies, that is farm level, some crop specific predictive intelligence, satellite-based irrigation forecasting, water treatment devices, and so on. The results to date are around 8,200 participatory groundwater management committees have been strengthened. 155 NGOs are engaged as our district implementation partners. Around 500 master trainers have been developed. Around 9,50,000 extraction structures have been mapped. 8,213 water security plans have been prepared. An amount of around 44,000 crores has been converged for implementation. An area of more than 5 lakh hectares has come under water efficient practices. Around 5 lakh persons have been directly benefited. And as a result of all this, around 813 Gram Panchayats and 47 blocks have shown an improvement in water level. We, through our endeavors, we are also keeping climate impact at bay through a judicious mix of demand and supply measures, the introduction or expansion of efficient irrigation systems, shifting to low water intensive, high value crops, and so on. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratyush. Now for a short fireside chat, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Ranjan Kumar, Chief Engineer, Irrigation Creation, Water Resources Department, Government of Bihar. Can we have Mr. Ranjan on stage? And I would like to call on stage Mr. Sanjeev Siri, Head of Municipal Business of Grundfos. Can we have Mr. Siri? Please. Thank you. So primarily the topic is making water available for all. So what we heard even in the morning session, one, India we know is a vastly diverse country with very heterogeneous demography as well as climate, environment. There are, if I may say, so what I was saying is this making water available for all. What we heard in the morning also during the inaugural session, that India being a vastly diverse country, there is a lot of heterogeneity in terms of demographics, in terms of environment. There are a lot of states which are water abundant, and while a lot of states which are water redundant. Even within states, there are geographies where the environment or the climates are different, and that causes different in terms of abundance or scarcity of water resources. So, in this fireside chat, what we would like, first I'll start with Mr. Ranjan Kumar. One, if you can briefly give your experience or perspective from Bihar, and talk us through how do we meet this challenge when we are talking about Har Ghar Jal, ensuring a supply of water to all citizens across different demographics. How do we ensure that? And if you can illustrate that with a Bihar example, that will be great. Over to you, sir.
Hello, thank you, sir. Bihar has a unique situation. Bihar is normally divided into two, northern part and southern part. Northern part mostly receives floods. Almost every year we have to face flood, whereas southern part of Bihar, there is acute scarcity of water. You know, the groundwater table in the 4 or 5 cities of Bihar has depleted at so much extent that water has to be supplied through tankers. And for this situation, our government has taken up a unique program called Har Ghar Ganga Jal, under the scheme Jal Jeevan Haryali. In this scheme, water is extracted from Ganga Jal, from river Ganga, and it is pumped to 4 reservoirs through 2.8 megawatt big pumps and 151 kilometer pipeline. It is stored to 3 or 4 reservoirs at different places. It is then treated and supplied to 4 towns. You know, now Rajgir, Bodh Gaya, these are tourist places. And they are now given water supply, treated water, clean drinking water is being supplied through this.
Thank you. Good. I'll come back to you with another point subsequently. Meantime, I'll come to Mr. Sanjeev. Since as a head of the municipal business, what I would like to understand is the urban landscape, how this water management, what are the challenges you feel? Because urban landscape in India is also very diverse and heterogeneous. We know it's socio-economically, if you see there are different strata of people coexisting together, and a lot of the water supply and water management will be impacted by that. So briefly, what will be the challenges for water management in that urban landscape?
A pretty interesting question. I mean, when I got this thing about making water available for all and efficient management of water, this topic, I probably thought that it was specifically designed for me because I come from a place called Bangalore. And and it was like a few months back, everybody would have read that the crisis of water and things like that. So basically, I would like to put it in a different way, saying that efficient management of water would lead to water for all. That's the thing I would like to put in. Since you asked me specifically about the urban management, I will not delve into the statistics because we all know what is the losses and things like that. The major thing which I would like to know is define what is efficient management. The efficient management is basically to know your input. It's a function of its input and output. The moment you start measuring your input and output, you would exactly know where to tweak it so that you make the system more efficient. That's how probably I can look at it. Now, a simple thing like, when I again talk about Bangalore, we get water from 44 kilometers away from the city where the water is treated, and then you have 3 intermediate reservoirs and then water coming to it. Now, yes, there has been certain things like, understanding how much water is being treated and what is the tail end water coming to. But again, if we don't know the actual amount coming into the tail end source, how would you know where the leakages are? People say there's 40%, 50%, and things like that. And we have few statistics saying that water comes in from this point to this point, and this is the efficient part of it. Understanding those points are very, very crucial. And again, when you talk about the landscape as well, you have a lot of undulation and things like that. So equitable pressure is not maintained. So we in Grundfos have systems where we try and see, like, every DMA or district metered area, we try and see if we can do a pressure management study, we can do a flow management study, and then try and supply or give equated water systems. Interestingly, we are doing a project in Karaikal, which is 30 odd kilometers away from Pondicherry, where we are looking at how do we supply equated pressure, equated water to all and everybody, and what is the efficient system. Plus, what we also look at is the existing system which is there in that area. If I can do a study and ensure power can also be saved, because that is something very hidden thing with energy. What do you call it as the water energy nexus? What do you call it? Is that unless even that is a resource which is pretty precious to us, energy. If you can do a fine balance between water and energy, so I can save water, I can save energy as well. So that's the landscape which we're looking at and trying to develop solutions. It's not one size fit all solution, but depending upon the geography, the demographics, and where the water is going, that's how we work it.
So if I may sum up two very important things you mentioned. One, the input and the output. There should be a proper balance there, and it's not just water as a resource. Energy is another critical resource which is running concurrently with this situation. Great. I'll come back to you. You gave the example, perfect example in Bihar. We can take that as a microcosm of India in terms of the diversity. When you said North Bihar, there is water abundance and there is water scarcity in South Bihar. So keeping in mind from a state perspective, I'm trying to get at from a policy level perspective, what action needs to be done. What were the challenges in sort of arriving at a standardization so that the entire population of the state receives the water? So what were the challenges, and briefly, how did you mitigate those challenges?
Bihar has to face both challenge. North Bihar, as you told, North Bihar has to face flood. We have constructed one mathematical modeling center. And this mathematical modeling center gives us accurate data for flood forecasting. And this has helped us too much. Another physical modeling center is also under construction in the district of Supal. This will be the second of its kind after Skadagavasla in near Pune. And this will help us in flood forecasting and help fight against flood. For southern Bihar, like Ganga Jal scheme, the Ganga uplifting scheme, we are making similar many more schemes where water will be stored for 4 months only. Only during the flood period, water will be picked up and stored. Because during the rest of the 8 months, we don't have much water in the southern part of Bihar. All the rivers, most of the rivers get dried up. Therefore, water is stored for the rest of the 8 months, and we pump, treat the water, and supply throughout the year.
Thanks. So very interesting two things you mentioned. I'll ask you one, that mathematical modeling center you have, and you are following up with that physical modeling center in Supal.
Yeah.
And South Bihar, the water conservation. Now, all these things, this is a very practical point of view, come at a cost. Okay, so in terms of budgetary outlay, and as Indians, there is still a little reservation in terms of paying for the water supply. So how do you manage the budgetary constraints when you are deploying these more, if I may say, next gen kind of technologies for better water management? How do you manage within the budgetary constraints?
Here, we can't see budget because water is the most essential thing. The southern part, the cities where water is acute, we are facing acute scarcity, where water is not available at all. All the groundwater has dried up. The tube wells, and the rivers. You know, the Falgu River, you know, it is, people go there for Pinddan, you know, at Gaya. And the water is not available there. People do worship by digging sand with the hand. And they get this 1 feet water and complete the Pinddan. Our government has now made a unique structure. You must have heard of rubber dam. It has been constructed on the river Falgu. And now Falgu river, you know, rubber dam is the biggest such dam in the country. For Bihar, it is the first such construction. But for India also, this is the largest rubber dam made in India. And after construction of this rubber dam, river Falgu, there is a storage of minimum 3 feet water all around the year. So cost, you asked me about cost. Cost is a bit on the higher side. But for the initial period, you may say that it is costlier. But where it is a question of life and death, we don't have to see the cost here.
Okay, great. I'll come back to Sanjeev. He made a very interesting point. One about the mathematical modeling center and the physical modeling center, which sort of talks about advancement of next gen technology. And on the other hand, for the South Bihar part, Falgu was one example he gave, but where different kind of water conservation or water storage mechanisms are being deployed. Now, what question I put to you, as an industry solution provider, I'll put the same question to you. The budgetary constraint, because for any policy level deployment, as long as it is in theory, it's fine. But when deployment budget becomes a huge bottleneck for us in India. So as an industry solution provider, how can you help these government institutions or bodies to manage the costs better?
There's actually too many questions in one question, actually. And it probably have studies or cases which will talk about how we have done it in for the farmers in the agricultural field. Then I have case studies on what we have done for urbanization or tier 2, tier 3 cities and things like that. Now, most importantly, yes, the government projects are all bid on cost basis, which seems that there is a certain cost attached to the whole equipment kind of a thing. And somebody who quotes the lowest gets the job. That's what it is. What we've been trying to advocate is, let's not just look at the initial cost. Let's look at the total cost of the equipment or on the total lifespan of the whole thing. Now, there was a case study done by Thames in UK saying that in a life cycle of a pumping solution, 85% of the cost is the maintenance cost. 5% is the cost of the actual equipment per se, and the balance is the other costs which are involved in maintaining over the period of 5 years and things like that. Now, that concept we've been trying to promote, doing the policy advocacy in terms of it, saying that let's not look at just the initial cost. Let's look at the complete cost of the whole product. I mean, it's great, like things have changed now. All the projects are coming up with 7 years O&M or 10 years O&M and things like that. Now, that actually is pushing everybody to ensure that, yes, we need to give the right solution and just not look at the cost per se basis. Now, coming back to the other thing of how do we look at cost budgeting and things like that. There was an interesting thing which was done by PHED Rajasthan, wherein they said, we will give you a contract to a private contractor for say 10 years to maintain a pumping station. You need to find out your own revenues, how you're going to maintain it for 10 years in the station. So what happens then is then we came into the picture. We said, fine, let's look at your pain points. What are they? And they said energy was one. That's what I said, water, energy, and excess. Now, we went into a model saying that, okay, we'll do energy audit of the pumps, see what is the actual requirement, and see if we can actually reduce the power. So now what you're doing here is not only saving power, but also reducing the bill. So the moment the energy bill is reduced, that much amount is given to the contractor. Right. So there are these case studies. It's just not one size, again, I'm telling you, fits all. There can be a lot of other things. Like, for example, on the agricultural side, let me just complete this. This is pretty interesting. We were talking about solar pumps to a farmer. The total cost of something around 8.5 lakhs was the cost. And they were growing sugarcane, and they were using flood irrigation. Now, simple practice change from flood irrigation onto the drip irrigation led to a lot of other things. And then again, pumping water, as the electricity was not continuously available, they used to use gensets sometimes. So putting the practice from flood irrigation to drip irrigation, he could save around 25% on the fertilizer, because the moment the water used to run off, like, the fertilizer used to go on the other side, kind of a thing. But these interventions led him from a 5-year ROI down to 1.5 years ROI. So their concept, the mindset actually changed. So these are certain things which we need to look at, both in agri as well as the urban infrastructure, how we can generate funds to use it for the capital expenditure.
Great. So primarily, if I may sum up, focusing on the TCO and also, if possible, generate a business model by which itself the revenue will sustain. It will be a self-sustaining kind of revenue thing.
Absolutely.
So before we conclude, 1 minute to each speaker, and I'll do a little bit of crystal ball gazing, and look at the future. So Mr. Ranjan Kumar, in terms of Bihar's perspective, what do we foresee in the next couple of years? What are, in terms of overall water management, the projects that are on the anvil, which you would like to highlight? Very briefly.
As you told, electric cost is the major cost. And the example I will tell you, last year only for the only 3 towns we have paid 15 crore electric bill. Next, the next project, the next program of our government is only the similar project as we have done in the Ganga lift scheme. Many towns like Patna itself, near Jahanabad, 3 or 4 more towns, we are planning to lift water from the river, stored, treat, and supply. Because there is no alternative, no underground water. For drinking purpose, it is the only solution.
Great, and that's great to know, especially considering, while Patna is a capital city, even around cities like Jahanabad, that is being done. Great. So Sanjeev, you have literally the last word. So from a municipal or an urban perspective, where do you see India is headed in terms of water management? If you can very briefly mention the main outlines of the roadmap that is being planned.
There are a lot of initiatives which is coming up. Like CPHS has prepared the new norm for water pumping system and distribution line, and also looking at the total life cycle cost, which I just mentioned on it. There is a lot of scope if all the industry stalwarts have been working on with the government, trying to put the best practices on. And I really think that, yes, the think tanks are working in a positive direction, ensuring that giving access water to all in a very efficient way is what they are really looking at. And I think in the future, in fact, in the coming few days or near future, I think all these things, what we are looking at, what would be the best practices which have been carried outside and how to, should be replicated here in India and will be replicated here in India. And I really think that it's a very, very good time saying that people would really looking at efficient methodologies to ensure water for all.
So hopefully we will conclude on that note that some of the global best practices can be replicated here, as well as innovative local practices like what happened in Bihar, both South and North Bihar. So a combination of global and local best practices maybe would be the way forward. Great. Thanks to both the panelists. And before we disperse, may I request Gopi Krishna Arora, co-founder and director of APAC News Network, to hand over a small token of appreciation to our speakers. Gopi, can we? That's great. Mr. Ranjan Kumar. Sanjeev Siri. And I would request and with that,